And we are live.
Oh, it's a good thing Fox stopped flashing us.
That's only for off-camera stuff.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, hi.
Wow.
I always forget that I'm running this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'll fill the space of silence for a second.
Is Rojan going to start talking?
Yeah, I think it's because I don't handle the streaming part of it because my internet is garbo. So I'm like, I'm playing in this game, right? I'm not doing any of the Twitch stuff. Oh, I'm running it. So how's everyone doing? It's been a couple weeks. I do apologize. Last week, speaking of garbo internet, I literally had no internet. So
Yeah.
couldn't exactly DM a game without, access to the game. So my bad, but we're all here ready to face our fluttering fears this week. But how are you all doing?
Tired. As I mentioned off camera, this baby girl's got 4 teeth coming in right now. So
Oof.
yeah, between dealing with that, like this whole week she's been, or should I say last week, she's been like kind of waking up a couple times at night, but like last night was like every other hour, and I was like, ugh.
I got the 5G / Magneto shot yesterday or on Saturday.
Oh, nice.
So yesterday was hell.
That was number 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't even take into account that it would, as somebody with type 1 diabetes, would fuck up my blood sugar as much as it did. It was putting me
really
in
hard too.
It was putting me in danger zones. Like by the end of last night, I was close to like 500.
Ooh.
Yeah. Like,
Scary.
yeah. So I spent most of yesterday in bed, pretty much chain injecting insulin just to stay alive.
Oh, jeez.
Glad you're feeling better today.
Oh yeah, 110% better.
Oh,
Okay.
good.
That's good.
Yeah, thankfully they only last a couple days, but that's still.
Yeah. I was on my ass for like 2 days. And then it went away like it was never there.
Yep.
Bam.
It sucked because I missed like a lot of the shows on Sunday that I like on Sunday for E3 that I wanted to see.
This
But-
E3 so
but
far
apparently-
was just garbo.
Yeah, apparently nothing was announced anywhere. So
Yep.
No,
There's
nothing
been
exciting anyway. So
nothing I didn't already know about, really.
I only cared about yesterday because there was a chance that they would have had something about BioWare.
Mhm.
It didn't. So I was
Yeah.
like, I didn't think there would be, but I wanted that chance of like a release date because they were trying for 2022. We'll see what happens.
Speaking of Firewall, I went and got the Mass Effect Legendary Edition and binge played the Mass Effect 1.
Nice.
She's on the Ashley hate train.
Yep.
I'm so
As
happy.
everyone should be.
there's only
Yeah.
She's
there's
like, I hate
only,
Ashley.
there's
Billy
only
Sam and I
bad.
have been watching my boyfriend
Yes.
pre-screens Twitch run through of Legendary, and we both have been like hashtag let Ashley die, hashtag
Yes.
let Ashley die. Every time she's on the screen.
And yet I have my one lesbian friend that's like, no, Ashley's hot. And I'm like, get out of here with that shit.
she's a space
Really
racist.
sad. I don't-
No, see, but you let her live, and then she has to live with the guilt the rest of her life. The torture is so much better than just the quick end.
I have a
do
better
agree. That is fun.
I have a better idea. Can we let both of them die?
Yeah, there's no option for that.
Oh,
No.
Whoa.
Hayden was my boo
Whoa.
until Garrus came around as a
Whoa.
romance option in 2. Then I was like, where has this been my whole life?
Keaton
It's
is a
adorable.
sweetheart. Yes.
He is a sweetheart.
I'm not sure I'm not sure I agree with that. He's kind of a dick when you meet up with him in the hospital and you have those conversations.
Mm.
Well, because you were
and
working for
there's
Cerberus.
arguments. Yeah, well, he should be more understanding.
It's the
Ashley-
game's fault because you don't get to explain yourself. That's the problem. You don't get to
Yeah.
explain yourself
We
why you're with
literally
Cerberus.
saved the world together. I shouldn't have to explain myself.
That's a fair point. But Ashley is a dick too. So same.
Excel her out.
grow as a character. You can explain away her xenophobia by, okay, she's never been around aliens. Now she's around aliens and she still has it really bad, so no.
Also, I
Oh,
would
I
like
treat her
to
like
say,
shit.
Ashley, bitch all the time. Kaden, one moment of bitchiness.
Maybe 2. Either way, that's it. That's all the bitchiness you get.
I do
Oh.
enjoy arguing with him, though, so there is at least a good part to it.
Okay, as long as it makes you happy.
But we're here for gnolls and deadly butterflies, right?
No, I want to talk about space husbandos.
Speaking of not giving people a chance to explain themselves, last session, the Matriarch showed up. And really, there's not a whole lot to recap last session because it was pretty much just an entire session of Zael yelling at you guys and then comforting some of you afterwards. And then she just ditched you on the mountaintops, said, I'm going home, find your own way back. And that was kind of it. You guys did manage to convince her not to kill your new Ravenfolk friend, who is still heavily exhausted and unconscious, but alive, as far as you know. And you hauled her along with you as you descended down the mountain into the forest below, making your way, I assume, back towards the desert. I don't actually know where you guys are going to end up going.
No, we're going to the ocean, man.
I don't think we know where we're going.
Yeah.
Look, there's a bell we need to ring.
I know where we're
I'm getting
going.
a bit of a taste of what Rojan has to go through in our Tuesday game without knowing where the players are going or what they're going to do. Like, how do I even prepare for this? But I've put a few things around in this territory that you guys might happen across, and I'm kind of excited for some of them. But for now, you have to make it past the first obstacle, which is a swarm of very, very angry butterflies, which for at least a brief moment captivated Xena and Sabira to a certain extent as they approached them. However, one of these angry butterflies chomped down quite hard on Xena's nose, dealing a fair amount of damage and poisoning her in the process. And that's where we're going to pick up today, with you guys rolling initiative for that battle. Now, Sabira, I know you were prepared with an action, so after the initiative is in order, we'll start with your prepared action.
Okay.
Oh, dice do I want to use?
Oh, balls.
Just a moment, we're using this one.
Oh, it's a good thing I had a reaction or whatever.
Do your magic.
I guess we'll get this out of the way now. I was going to pull one on my initiative. I'd rather have on initiative than initiative.
What is my dex again?
You 18 rolled low.
12.
Yeah. Hopefully a couple people got high enough to, oh.
Whoa, Shadowfox, don't tease about that. I want a pirate-themed campaign. That cute all this shit.
One day.
Pirate
One day
rolls?
we'll return to that. I mean, that's entirely up to you guys. You know where there's at least half of a ship that
Yeah.
you can start to rebuild.
Just go there, ring the bell, and see where it takes us.
Oh no.
I mean, how far away from the desert is the astral plane?
I mean,
Yeah,
I
we
know where two people have
Desert
rings.
adjacent.
Yeah, in case y'all missed it, episode 3 of Behold Lore, Rojan gave some insight on that bell, and it was like, holy balls!
Yeah,
It was really good. It was so good.
So, let's see. Let's organize that. Butterflies at the top of the order, but I believe, Subira, you were prepared to squish one of them, I think?
Yeah,
Should
I
it,
was already like, hand out. I was getting ready to just smash it.
Okay,
So I assume I just roll to see if I hit it.
Yeah, let's make this a claw attack, since you already have that as a weapon.
Claw attack, okay. I was gonna say unarmed? Claw attack, okay. My yin to my yang, nat 20
There you
Nice.
go.
for
Good
26.
way to start off.
Take that, low initiative.
Yeah, that most certainly hits.
Oh right, I have to roll to. Yeah, that's a thing.
I mean, you don't have to do damage if you don't want to.
What's that? That's my 12. It's a 10, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. That is no 8 slashing.
8 slashing. Okay.
Yep. That's counted.
So you do indeed squish the one that was on Xena's nose, and it falls to the ground lifeless. However, right when it hits the ground, what you didn't notice before was the swarm that was kind of perched throughout the trees and grass in the area all take to the air around you. And now there's very obviously a battle on your hands.
Sorry,
And
there's
it
like some
is-
juicy bug guts probably a bit on Nina's face.
yeah,
Fine, but
I
no,
avenged
just
you.
lick it.
squishing a mosquito on your arm. You're glad you killed the mosquito, but now there's just like a splatter of gross where it was.
Yep.
The
I
rage
guess
is
Knowles would just
building.
lick it.
At least I avenged her.
So, this swarm
Oh.
of death butterflies
Jeez,
is
I'm
going to
standing right
move.
next to it.
Yeah, you are.
Don't kill me.
Well, I'm excited for my backup character.
I think it is going to move right here.
Of course it does.
Envelop us.
I love these monsters.
They're so fun.
Yeah.
Any creature that can occupy the space of other creatures is always a good time.
Roach and I reminisced about the second battle ever we had in Campaign 2 of Destiny Forge. I was like, those butterflies.
Okay, I do have one gripe about this monster though, and every other monster sheet that is similar to this. It has an ability where instead of putting in the description of the ability, they just say, look at this other monster's sheet because it's the same ability.
Really?
That's awful.
It usually only happens with lesser and greater versions of monsters because this is a greater death butterfly swarm.
Yeah, so you got to
And
look at
for-
the.
Yeah, its ability. It's like same as the lesser one, but with a higher DC. Well, just tell me what the ability does.
Same as the lesser one, but different.
Yeah.
I have to look up.
And
the
it
other
was so
one, too.
hard to copy and paste that in and then change the DC.
It's something that I've noticed with 5e books as a whole. Wizards got really into the hold on, we can make them look at this other part instead of literally using the same text space.
Well, this is Kobold Press.
oh,
But
damn it,
but-
Kobold Press,
when you
don't
look
take
at,
notes.
But when you look at Kobold Press, when you look at the book itself, they're literally on the same page and it just says reference back to this.
Yep.
Yeah.
So like a book standard, it makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, so as this swarm moves to occupy the spaces of Xena and Sabira, I am going to need dexterity saving throws from both of you.
Are they just hitting us, or is this like poison?
This is just an effect that happens when it occupies the same space as you.
Stop. Okay.
No, stop using that die. Stop using it.
Look, I don't have many healing spells.
1E.
Remember how I said yin to my yang? Well, I'm back to yin.
Yeah, stop using that one. Put it aside. Put it
I
aside.
didn't do.
It's failed twice.
So that's a 4.
Oh, I have advantage on dex effects that I can see.
Yes, you
Oh,
do.
wow. Is that say while raged? I don't think I'm raged right now. That I can see while not
I mean, I'd be
blinded,
pretty
deafened,
pissed off
or
after that.
incapacitated. So I get advantage. So let me roll again.
I'd be pretty pissed off after getting bit.
Oh no, we're going with the first roll. It's not that great, but better than that. 14 for me.
14. Okay, that is unfortunate for both of you.
Mm-hmm.
So both of you have your speed reduced by half. And while the swarm is occupying the same space as you, you are blinded.
Oh shit.
Got all these butterflies flapping their wings in your faces. Makes it really hard to see anything.
It's like,
And, oh good,
Oh,
it does
no.
have multi-attack. Okay. So it's going to now attack some of you. And because, Subira, you smushed one of the butterflies, they are going to target you with their first attack.
in my defense,
Which
I only saw the
is-
one.
At advantage, because you're blind.
No!
My dice are doing what your dice are doing.
Oh no! Did you get a 1 and a 20 on them?
I did get a 1 and a 20 on those.
All right, nat 20 me, bitch.
Okay. You guys have healing spells, right?
I have one level 1 spell, one level 2 spell.
You know, at this
3
rate,
level
I'm just
3s.
gonna start taking levels as druid.
Well, I haven't had a rest yet, so
We're doing brutal criticals in this campaign, right?
yeah.
Yeah, I think we
Yeah.
always do. I think that's our default setting.
I just wanted to confirm, just in case, because now I have to break out the calculator.
I can't cast the spell on myself. That is some bullshit. Alright.
Oh, this is...
Running is a thing.
Well, yeah, but
This
I'm like
is
near the
damage.
bottom. Can't run.
Just saying.
We know
do
that
you-
running is a thing, but does Xena know?
Do you have
Right
any
now, probably, yeah.
immunities or resistances to poison, Subira?
Let me take a look.
Thought we did.
I have advantage against disease and be poisoned.
So
That's
you
about
have
it.
advantage against the condition, but not
Yeah.
resistance to the damage type.
Correct.
That's unfortunate. Okay. You know, originally I had 3 of these on the board. I'm glad I've reduced it to 1.
Oh wait. Oh no, never mind.
Okay,
The damage.
so the good news is you don't instantly die.
Good. That's great.
The
gonna
bad
eat
news
my body.
is you just took 108 points of damage.
That's almost double my.
Yeah. If it was double,
These-
it would just be instant death.
These butterflies are deadly. It's why I love them.
Yeah.
Favorite bugs to use.
Wouldn't have been as bad if it wasn't a crit and if it wasn't a brutal crit. But because it's brutal, it's max, which is 66 plus 3 plus 5d6. And then all of that again rolled.
Oh.
Chomp.
This is one of the reasons why I don't have that on Mass Effect, because everyone would be murdered.
And I do need a Constitution save from you at advantage because this is a poison condition.
That's good. Not you, die. Okay. Okay. That is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20? Okay, you are not poisoned.
Yay!
Now, they're going to make their second attack against Xena. Because they are not a very smart swarm, so they don't realize that attacking the downed person would be the better option.
Like, oh god, they're gonna eat me alive.
Does a 21 hit you, Xena?
If we say
Yeah.
no, will you
Yeah.
believe us?
Yeah, that's the thing. Sorry, I was muted.
That is going to be 29 piercing. And
I'm down. I'm 0 right now, at 0.
I will not bother with that other damage then, because they certainly cannot exceed your max with that. So you are down as well. So everyone else sees this swarm of butterflies just suddenly rise up from the ground after Sabira smushes this one that was on Xena's nose and just engulf your companions. And as some of the fluttering subsides, you see your 2 companions who were just standing there a moment ago on the ground, struggling to breathe. Zara, it is your turn.
Uh-huh.
Now, do they have any sort of concealment since of the swarm, or can we see them clearly?
That is a good question. Let me refer to the character sheet and then refer to the other monster's character sheet. Cool. It does not say that they are obscured, so I'm going to assume you have normal line of sight on your companions.
Okay. Gonna go here, kind of spread out from the group a bit. Killing them right now would be stupid because they'll just not get knocked down next time. So instead, I'm gonna cast Call Lightning right here, right next to it. So
Okay.
it still takes the blast and friends aren't hurt. So it needs a dexterity save.
Dexterity save. That is going to be... that will be a 12.
A 12? Okay, they don't make it. So they will take 3d10 points of lightning damage.
All right.
That'll be 14.
14. Okay. And they do indeed take that full 14. Anything else from me?
Nope, because I do not have any bonus actions because druids are lame.
Yep. Xerax, you're up.
Let's see. Could be interesting, but they're flying, so we're not gonna do that. Actually, you know what? We're gonna do the thing that Eric's does best. Wide sweeping strikes to see how many we can take out of the air.
Always a good choice.
Yeah.
When you hit, anyway.
That's a nat 20.
That'll most certainly hit.
So that's a brutal crit. And they've taken damage as a whole, right?
They sure have.
Okay. It's been a moment. Those Colossus Slayer's the D8. Okay. It's 12, 20. 34 damage.
34 damage. Very nice.
And we are going to bonus action mark it with planar warrior and do the second attack.
Right. And after that first attack, you can tell that you've taken out a significant chunk of this swarm.
Not as good. 13 to hit.
13 will not hit, unfortunately.
Okay.
Right.
And unfortunately, that is all I can do.
That brings us around to Yixis.
Still trying to quite figure out how I want to do all this.
Are you going to Nightcrawler them out of there again? You've done it once.
I mean, there's kinda. So yeah, there's not a whole lot I can do about that. I will move myself here. And then I want my snake to go over here. But I will cast negative image on the swarm.
Right. Let's see.
I'm assuming it's unwilling to be moved.
It is unwilling.
So it needs a charisma 16 saving throw.
Well, it rolled an 8. So it will indeed be swapping places with you.
Nice.
Now, was that cast through you or through your familiar?
That was cast through me.
Okay. Go ahead, move this guy here and you over there. What does that look like when that spell goes off and you swap positions?
I think the name of the spell is pretty cool anyways, so I kind of want the name of the spell to be what actually happens to it. There's a flash of light, everything looks like a literal negative image of itself for a split second between me and it swaps places, just like. But I'll reach up my hand to do that, my right hand that has the rune scarring and whatnot.
Okay. And roll a d20 for me if you would.
A 14.
14.
Am I adding anything to it?
Nope. This was just to see if a certain thing triggers that you don't know about yet, and it did not. So.
Okay. Well, let's see here. That was some movement, some action. Fortunately, I don't have a bonus action cantrip. So I think, unfortunately, that will be it for my turn. Oh, bonus action, I'll make the tiny servant go over here and go poke, poke.
Okay. It has certainly been useful in the past, so let's see what it can do to these butterflies.
Um, 14 to hit.
That That will just miss, I'm afraid.
Okay.
And that will bring us around to Xena. Xena, could you give me a death saving throw, please?
Yes, I can. All right. 12.
12, that's a success. So, good so far.
Mm-hmm.
And Sabira, could you give me a death saving throw, please?
That is a 14.
14, that is a success as well. Off to a good start. Isa, you're up.
Or step up here. We'll start with my 2 attacks. Good. That's a 12.
12 will miss.
Next one is lower, so we're going to Action Surge.
Probably
Again.
not a bad idea.
With a different die, because you don't like me today. That's better. That's a dirty 20.
That'll certainly hit.
Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and use a goading attack since I hit it, which means that I need a wisdom save. So I'm not sure what my DC is. Based off of?
DC for that is... I should look it up instead of just guessing.
So it would be 8 plus proficiency plus I assume 39.
Of course, the thing I look up doesn't actually tell me about the maneuvers. There we go. This is what I'm looking for. It is 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your strength modifier, I believe.
So that's DC 15. Wisdom
DC
save.
15 wisdom save. And they get a 17.
Okay. That still takes 10 slashing damage.
Okay.
And that's going to be a 26 to hit.
Oh, yes.
And we'll do another goading attack.
Okay. Make that save again. And this time, ooh, that's a 1 on the die for a total of 3.
14 slashing damage. And they are, what does that do again? They'll say target has disadvantage on all attack rolls against targets other than me until the end of my next turn.
Okay. Anything else on your turn?
Don't think so. So that will be everything.
Okay. So butterflies are absolutely affected by that goading attack, and they are going to move in to occupy the space of both you and Xerax, and I need both of you to give me dexterity saving throws.
That's pretty good. 17.
Okay.
And that is a nat 20 for a total of 23.
Very nice. Okay, so both of you do have your speed cut in half, but neither of you are blinded. And the butterflies are going to go ahead and make their first attack against you, Isa. It's going to be a 16 to hit.
That does not hit.
Second attack is going to be an 18 to hit.
That meets, so it hits.
.25 piercing and 16 poison, And I need a Constitution saving throw at advantage.
Sorry, very 20.
Okay, yeah, you're fine. You are not poisoned. And that is all it can do on its turn. So that brings us right back around to Zara.
All right, with the butterfly now off of the down ones, run over here. Gonna drop a 3rd level cure wounds on Xena. That's what, 3d8. Jeez, really? Plus modifier, you're gonna get a whole 13 points back.
Thank you.
Cure Wounds doing what Cure Wounds does best.
Failing. I rolled a 7 and a 1 and a 1.
Oh.
Alright, anything else from you on your turn?
I don't think I have anything that's technically a bonus action, so no.
Alright, Derek, so you're up again.
Alright. Where am I down? Where are the downed ones?
Xena is back up and Subira is right here and she's down.
Cool. I'm going to move right there and put myself between Subira and this thing.
Okay.
I regret to inform you I don't have any 2nd levels here, Zero, so you're getting one of these. For absolute maximum, so you get... I have a wisdom modifier. 11.
Hey. Thank you, my dear.
Now, if you could stop being dead, that'd be nice.
Right. Any bonus actions or additional movement from you?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to do a bonus action thing, and we're going to Hunter's Mark that.
Always a good call. Alright. Yixis, you're up once again.
Alright, I'm going to start with the cantrip, Total Dead on it.
Okay. That is a wisdom save, right?
Why is it asking me what level? It's a cantrip.
I would like to cast Control the Dead at 4th level.
Yes, please.
It rolled a 12.
Okay, so that is a no. And it's had damage done to it, right? So
Yes.
it's 2d12 at level 5. That's going to be 14 points of necrotic damage to it.
14. Very nice damage. There are only a few butterflies remaining in this swarm.
Well, I got something that'll take care of that. My familiar is going to fly over and deliver a touch spell to Tiny Servant.
Okay.
And Tiny Servant is going to have Dragon's Breath.
I like it.
And Tiny Servant is going to scurry over here. And oh yeah, he will continue to move after he delivers the touch attack.
Okay.
Hold on, let me get the grid shape out. I'm doing this wrong. I know I am. Okay, yeah, he's gonna actually just scurry over there. It's gonna be that 15-foot cone.
Okay. And what damage type is
Fire!
this?
It's gonna be fire.
Be fire. Okay. It's dexterity save. It's going to roll a 7.
So that's a no. Oh, damn. Okay. 17 points of fire damage.
17 points of fire damage. Okay, and because it's fire, it is going to take double that. Not that it matters, because it only had 6 HP left. You burn these remaining butterflies, or rather, your tiny servant burns these remaining butterflies to a fine crisp. As it appears now that the threat is gone.
I'm gonna pick up a crispy butterfly and try eating it. Sounds delicious.
Yeah, you can eat some crispy butterflies. They have you ever had fried crickets before?
No.
They're pretty good. A little dry, a little crispy. The carapace kind of gets stuck in your teeth a little bit, but it's kind of what this tastes like. The wing part of the butterfly, or at least what remains of it, kind of gets like stuck to the insides of your cheek and your tongue a little bit. Like getting a popcorn kernel stuck in your teeth. It's annoying, but the actual popcorn part of it is good.
I'm more keep eating them.
That's fair.
She hasn't been able to eat really in a really long time, so she's trying to enjoy what she can.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. So, with the threat dealt with, you guys find yourselves on this, for the most part, serene, quiet forest path, heading in whatever direction it was that you guys embarked upon. There was really only one choice at the top of the mountain, but once you reach the bottom of the mountain, you will certainly have your choice of places to go. But for now, you are still traveling down. Are you going to continue traveling, or are you going to stop for a rest for a moment?
Xena's going,
I'd like a rest too. That was painful.
what the? I don't like bugs.
They seem to like you.
Of course. I'm delicious.
Well, they're delicious now.
Xena's gonna sit down.
Offer Xena a crispy butterfly.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna actually turn it away. She wants nothing to do with them. She takes a moment to fix the makeup on her nose, her furred nose, and then takes a little nap.
Around what time of day is it right now?
It is in the afternoon. You spent a fair portion of the morning being talked at by your matriarch, and then you traveled down the mountain a little bit. Took about an hour or so to do that, and it's now about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Afternoon siesta.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to take a little break too. Rest here for a little bit.
I would like rest.
Do you guys want the hut?
Save that for tonight.
Just make sure there's no more butterflies. If there is,
It wouldn't use one of my spells. It just I can do it ritually.
Oh,
Oh, by all means.
yeah. Does it keep out butterflies
11 minutes later.
and bugs?
Comes with a
Oh,
bug
yeah, you
zapper on
eat
the outside.
I like this.
Okay,
So
so
you electrify
11
the outside.
minutes, 11 minutes later, you've got your tiny hut.
Every time a bug bounces off our electrification, I'm reaching out and I'm eating it.
Dina just kind of like rolls into the hut from her position on the ground, holding her axe. Roll, roll, roll.
Okay, so it sounds like some of you at least are sitting down / laying down for a bit of a short rest, if not something a bit more. What about Xerax, Zara, Yixis, and Iza?
No, Xerax is actually going to lay down for a rest. Maybe an extended rest. Depends how long everyone wants to be here.
I'm going to take a rest too. I need some hit dice. I will continue to collect bugs off the ground and eat them though.
Every time you see one crawl past the perimeter of the dome, you just kind of reach out and grab it.
Uh-huh. This is mine now.
Zara and Yixis?
Where is Reen in all this?
Who was carrying her?
Dina.
What'd you do with her?
I was holding her when the butterfly attacked me, and then I went down so fast, she probably went down with me. You can say my body fell on top of hers, kind of covering her.
I thought you set her down where you were investigating.
I didn't even have time.
Oh.
Literally had her over my shoulder. I looked at the butterfly and went, "Oh, pretty, bite, ah!" And then initiative came. I didn't even get a turn, so I didn't have a chance. So and then death.
Okay, yeah.
Lots
So
of death.
she's
And then death, blood.
laying on the ground outside the dome, unless somebody has dragged her in.
Imagine we drug her in.
I will try to drag her in until somebody probably has to help me.
Yixis will grab. Ethan will grab a hold of Yixis and pull him in while he's pulling off the reins, just like he's doing it.
So I'm gonna try something.
I like some things.
It's been a while since, quite some time since I've used mine. I'm gonna take out my Vital Spectrum and use it on Reen.
Okay.
I'll tell her to let this happen.
I mean, she's still unconscious, so she couldn't stop it even if she wanted to.
Oh.
And let's see. Okay, you point it at her and look at her through it, seeing that glow around her that tells you that she's not in great shape, and you activate it knowing what it should be doing. But as soon as you do, roll an Arcana check for me.
Okay. Starting to make me nervous here, Fox.
That's exactly what I intend on doing all the time.
Well, that's a 19 on the die for 26.
26? Okay. So what you witness as you activate this item, attempting to cure her of her ailments and her exhaustion, you understand what you see. And looking through the looking glass of this item, when you activate it, you see arcs of what look like arcs of electricity almost leaping from her arcane scarring straight towards you and that looking glass. And it's almost as if the scarring has shielded her from any sort of outside magical influence. It strikes at you and hits like an invisible barrier right in front of that looking glass, and you only see this happen through the looking glass. Looking past it without looking through the lens, you don't see anything happening. You just see it through the glass itself. And you know that whether it was an intentional side effect or not, this ritual and this damage that has been done to her has created almost an overabundance, an overcharge of arcane energy that is leaping out and fighting back against any sort of outside arcane influence that is directed at her.
All right. Oh, man, I thought that would work.
What did you do?
Oh, she's exhausted. I was trying to remove her exhaustion.
I think the only way to do that is to sleep.
Yeah, probably. With that Arcana check, would I know if like spell cast healing would have no effect?
You would know that there is a chance it could have no effect.
Okay. But she's got that glow, so it means she's at a quarter health or below. So
Yes.
at least I learned that. We don't have any health potions, do we? Or any salves or anything? Nope. Would anybody be willing to try to heal her? It may not work though.
I can give it a shot. I'll walk over and drop a level 1 cure wounds.
Okay. As you go to do that, roll.
I'll look through the glass while it's happening too.
Okay. Roll a check for me here using your spellcasting modifier.
Okay. 18.
18. Okay. What is this number I'm looking for here? 18. Okay. So you go to heal, and which you normally expect to see a faint glow, a faint magical essence emanate from you and your target, doesn't happen. And Yixis, through the lens, you see that same arc of arcane electricity almost kind of trail up Zara's arm. And it kind of coalesces right where her arm is attached to her torso, like it is blocking the arcane energy from traveling through her body and reaching that point of contact.
Okay. Well, thanks for trying, Zara.
Curious. We may need to get her to a city or a town or something.
She helped us. It's the least we can do to help her.
Long shot, does anyone know where a city is?
Loud snoring comes from Xena.
Good talk.
I mean, where? If we get back into the desert, I could probably point us in the right direction. But from up here, I don't really have the good sense of where we're at.
Anyone that wants to can give me a history check.
Why not? Apparently, Zara stayed up and watched the History Channel. 19.
16?
18.
I have a good internal map from my background.
These are some good history checks. Okay, where did I put my map? There's where I put my map. Okay. everybody that did a history check there, the DC was only 14. You all know of a city that is a little bit closer to where you are than Wraith's Cast is. Of course, that city is Arcastus. You know it is to the south of you. And if you were to head straight down in that direction, you would reach it quicker than if you were to head straight to Wraith's Cast.
Like, how many days are we talking?
Oh, you're gonna make me measure stuff here. Okay.
Yep.
Let's see. Zoom out on the map here. My ruler. It would be about 2 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks of travel.
And
depending on obstacles.
how long are we from Wraith's Cast?
3 to 4 weeks.
Can I make
Sorry,
some? Can I make some sort?
something?
Can I make some sort of medicine check to see how Reen is doing, if she's in any sort of danger at the moment?
Yep, you certainly can.
Okay. Natural 20 for 27.
Okay, you give her a very thorough once-over and are able to determine that aside from whatever crazy arcane stuff is happening to her, physically, she's just exhausted. It was a very trying ritual, and she's basically just used up all her energy. She doesn't seem like she's getting worse. You have a fairly good idea that, at least for the physical portion of it, just a bit of rest will slowly get her back to normal. You aren't entirely sure what's happening with all the arcane stuff, but it doesn't seem to be actively hurting her in any way.
Can I tell how long it's going to take for her to wake up?
You estimate that probably 12 to 24 hours will give her enough rest to at least open her eyes and be cognizant.
Up, how long does this little dome of yours last?
About 8 hours.
Can you recast it once this one goes down?
Yeah, I think I could probably even start the ritual so that it just overlaps and takes over when.
I suggest we stay here for the night.
We want to move a little bit off this trail so we're not just in the middle of the walking path or anything that might be moving through.
That may be a good idea.
Yeah,
Rad,
after I'm
Xerox,
done.
good scout.
Yeah,
Give me a moment.
I'll go with them.
I'm gonna use my wild shape and transform into a chipmunk.
Okay. Yeah, you can absolutely transform into a chipmunk. What does chipmunk version of Zara look like?
It's a small, like, chestnut brown chipmunk with a very floofy tail, but it's got a little it's got like a little light blue mushroom kind of like hanging off the front of its head, kind of like a lanternfish.
Nice.
And just gonna run off to a little bit into the side path to make sure we're not running into any more of those butterflies or anything else that may be waiting to jump out to us.
Okay. So you can absolutely do that. While you're checking things out, you can give me either perception, investigation, or survival. Your choice.
I'm gonna do survival. I'm actually trained in that. 17 plus 7, 24.
24. Okay. You do a bit of brief scouting through the underbrush of the trees and even climb up into some of them, checking out the higher branches and canopy of this forest area. And although there are some critters around that look like they might hunt you in your current state, you know that in your normal Gnoll state, they're likely to stay away, and you feel this area is as quiet as any. You're not too familiar with this type of terrain, but there doesn't seem to be any obvious problems at the moment.
Okay. After she does her scout, she's gonna run back down into the dome, and then release the wild shape to transport back into Zara Prime. We're fine. We can move it over a little bit to the side.
So you just want to do that when this dome falls, or do we want to do that now and get set up for the night?
Let's do it now, get it set up for the night. That way we don't have to disturb the rest too much.
Alright. More poke Xena in the face until she wakes up.
Xena would like to try to bite her finger. Because she doesn't know what's poking her in the face, and a butterfly literally just bit her nose.
It seems like a reasonable reaction, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're lucky I rolled low. I still have pretty good hits, though. What does this be considered? Oh, do I have a bite attack? I don't remember.
You have a bite attack.
Of course we do.
11's not going to hit you, though. I rolled super low. So I just, in my sleepiness, I just go, what?
We gotta move the camp a little bit.
I snap at you, and then I jump on you and do our usual, like, wrestle. Like,
yeah.
Dog tumble. And then after, like, one of us pins the other one, I'll go, okay. And I'll get up and go.
So much for the essence of hiding. The corgis are once again making noise.
Yeah. You woke me up. You don't wake me up when I'm sleeping.
Never wake up a sleeping Gnoll. You just don't do it.
Yeah, you get thrown into the wall.
You do it once, and you never do it again after that.
Yeah, I feel like they tumble around like this enough. It's not for Baba Isa. She'll keep waking her up. You want to help me carry Bree?
Sleeping birdie? Yeah, I got it. Throw her over my shoulder. Where are we going?
That is a good question. Where are you guys going?
And did I get a short rest?
Not quite.
Pretty much, I'm leading everybody just a little bit off to the side of the path, kind of like where those flowers were at on the previous map, where the butterflies originally were, and just because it's tucked away off to the side enough that it's like a deer isn't going to trip over the bubble or anything like that.
Yeah. Okay, and I assume Yictus is more than happy to do the ritual again off to the side of the path. The dome pops up. You guys once again have your safety. And is everyone taking a rest here? Or is anyone doing anything specific? Are you taking a short rest? Are you going to take a long rest? What's the plan?
How are the others looking, specifically Subira and Xena?
I'm bad.
Not great.
I hurt.
Okay.
Ow.
But if we decide to rest, I should be okay.
Well, doing this anyways. Subira, you get another 4 apparently, because my dice don't like you.
I snapped back. I apologize.
And Xena, you get 10.
Thank you.
I deserve that. I sassed.
Don't sass the healers.
Oh my, so many raids. Everyone, welcome on in.
Thank you, guys. Hello.
Hi.
Once we get the hour short rest in, Isa will go look for food.
Okay. Yeah, so if everyone is just sitting down, quietly resting in the dome, you can certainly have that short rest. Those of you that want to spend some hit die can spend your hit die. Those of you that get abilities back on a short rest can restore those abilities, etc.
Like my spells I didn't use.
Yeah, like those.
Balls. Oh, what am I? a D8? I'm a D8.
Sub
Think I
healer
will.
2 is completely out of spells, so
I'm above halfway on my hit points, so I'll be good enough. Hopefully. I do get all my abilities back.
And once that short rest concludes, Isa, you said you were going to go hunting, correct?
Yep.
I'll go with her.
I was just going to say, is anyone going with her?
I'll
We
go
all
with
know
They're
her.
gonna
what
leave me
happens
alone
when
for a
she goes
while.
off by herself.
Yep, nope. Xena's not letting that happen. Not again. Not again. It's again.
I'll use
Okay.
my arcane recovery.
Always a good idea. So, Isa, because you are guaranteed at least some bit of food on your hunting expeditions,
Mm-hmm.
and because this is a foreign territory, is there any type of food in particular that you're looking for?
He hasn't eaten in a while. She's probably for some big game because she's hungry.
Okay.
And she wants to eat a lot. She doesn't know what kind of big game there is in this area. It's a forest. There's a little bit of forest in her life. For some sort of big game. She probably prefers something that she can skin as well for leather.
Because that's always worked out real well for you.
Doesn't mean she's gonna stop trying.
One day it'll work.
One day someone will set it on fire.
Okay, so go ahead and give me a survival roll.
Okay. Do I get advantage because I'm being helped?
Is Xena assisting or just
Xena's-
making sure Isa doesn't run off again?
No, Xena would help. I'm helping.
Okay, so you can roll that with advantage.
Help action.
Oh,
Initiative.
thank God, because one of those was a natural one. 21.
21. Okay. Okay. So you trudge through the forest here for a fair while, 15, 20 minutes, before picking up the trail of something quite large. It appears to have hooved feet, and the footprints are like just as big as your spread out hand. They are huge.
I like this.
And so you begin to follow this trail through the forest for another 5 to 10 minutes before coming across the animal that is very clearly leaving these tracks. And it is indeed very large. It stands, the top of its back easily as high as you are tall. And it's built like, well, unlike anything you've really seen before. It has kind of short to medium length, dark brown fur all over its body, and its head comes out much like a deer's does, but at the end of its snout, it's more of like a bulbous shaped nose. It has two very large, very wide antlers sitting atop of its head. You don't know what this creature is as a character. As a player, you would recognize this as a moose.
run.
Yeah, right.
Best meat you will ever eat.
So as we were tracking it, I just want to note that Xena takes out one of her javelins, looks at it sadly, and looks at Isa and goes, "Hey, remember when I had that cool javelin that did lightning and shit?
Yeah, I'd be handy right now, wouldn't it?
It was good days. Good days. How do you think it is? Do you think it misses me? I think it misses me.
Probably.
It was so sparky. I think that would have been a good name for it, you know? Sparky. I'm gonna miss it. Oh well.
We'll find something better. In the meantime, this thing looks like it might be pretty tasty.
We'll kill it.
I'll more go around and more flank it on the other side of the clearing, and then we can both rush in and get it.
Okay. As you go
She just
to
like
as you go to flank it,
out.
give me a stealth check because I assume you're trying not to alert it. As
Oh,
you
because
go
I'm
around.
so good at that.
Yeah. Oh, I have disadvantage on it, but it actually rolled pretty good. So, stealth.
Oh no, I don't get
No.
advantage. I get disadvantage. That's why I rolled 2.
I
Like I
got
know I'm
lucky.
supposed to roll 2. Oh, I
So I
didn't
think
roll bad.
dirty 20 because I rolled an 18 and a 17. Thank goodness.
Even with disadvantage, I have a 15. That's not bad for me.
15. Okay.
Not bad at all.
So you both begin to move into position around this large beast, and right when you're about where you think you should be, Xena, you hear a snap underneath your feet. You've stepped on a twig and it broke, and this creature looks up suddenly from the plant that it was grazing on and looks over in your direction, and it seems to be on alert, but perhaps doesn't see you yet. Are you guys going to wait until it goes back to grazing, or are you going to pounce it now?
Has it been long enough time where I think Isa's in position?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, then I'm gonna throw my javelin. I had it ready. I'm gonna throw my javelin. My
Okay.
non-magical lame javelin.
And Isa, what are you doing?
Seeing the javelin fly out of where I know she was supposed to be, I'm more rushed in from the other direction with my long sword.
Okay. So give me an attack roll with the javelin. And Isa, give me a dexterity saving throw.
22 to hit.
Okay, yeah, that'll certainly hit. A 1. Ooh, okay, I wasn't going to roll damage on this, but now I'm going to. Because it's a 1.
That's what the dice determined.
Really low damage.
Okay, yeah, this was
9
super
points.
low on this. Yeah, so
9 points.
Xena, you throw this javelin and it hits exactly where you intended it to. As this large creature is looking at you, you are able to angle this javelin just so that it kind of goes into its neck at an angle. And this thing is alerted by this pointy stick that just flew out of the forest at it. And it cries out this horrible, horrible, loud screaming noise. You guys back at the camp hear this noise as well.
I'm gonna look at Isa and be like, oops.
Right as you look at Isa comes up behind it with her sword at the ready. But this thing is now in a panicked state, and it bucks. And it bucks hard because this is a friggin' moose. These are not nice animals. And it catches you right in the chest, Isa. It only did 3 bludgeoning damage. I rolled 2d8, and it was only 3 damage, so that's good at least.
I didn't crack any ribs.
But you do go flying back about 15 feet from this bucking moose and smack hard against a tree. I need a Constitution saving throw from you.
Constitution saving throw. Let's see. Oh, that's not bad. Usually my con saves +6. Yeah, so dirty 20.
Dirty 20, okay. You feel yourself begin to kind of slip into unconsciousness, and then you catch yourself and right yourself back up onto your feet. Your hunting instincts kicking in. You see this animal is now heavily injured from this javelin in its neck, and you rush in again, approaching it from the side this time, and you ram your sword deep into the other side of its neck and hold it there, holding it in place as this large creature screams and bucks and flails before its movements eventually die down and it falls to the ground lifeless.
I would like to skin it and gut it here rather than back at the camp.
Okay,
And I want to
that
attempt
is
to
going to
take the
take
antlers.
quite a bit of time, given the size of the animal, but you
Fine.
certainly can. It will take about 2 hours to do it here.
Xena's focusing on butchering the animal for the best flanks of meat, you
Yep.
know, for dinner.
Don't mess up the hide. I'm getting the hide.
I don't care about the hide. Hide doesn't matter,
hide.
Xena.
A-
It's all
as-
about the food.
As Iza is pulling the hide back, Xena comes in and cuts the meat out from beneath the hide.
There we go.
It's a very efficient operation. Give me a survival roll to see how intact this hide is.
Oh,
Not
the hide.
17.
17. Okay, yeah, you are you're well practiced at this point. You've skinned mostly smaller animals, but it's the same principles. You do have to take it off in 3 separate pieces, just because of the sheer size of this creature. But you get 3 large pieces of moose hide. And Xena, give me a survival roll for butchering it.
Natural 19 plus survival is 21.
Ooh.
Okay.
I know the good cuts. I know where to get them good steaks, them prime ribs or whatever good steaks are. I don't know. Player doesn't know, but Xena would know.
Disappoint me.
I'm sorry. I eat a lot of fish and chicken.
So
we got some rack of ribs here. We got some rib eyes. We got
Yep. Delicious.
yeah,
Num nums.
that is actually a fair point. You do a really good job of butchering this creature, and by the time you're finished and you've separated all the cuts of meat into piles, essentially, you estimate you've got like 550 pounds of meat here.
So that'll feed a group of gnolls for a night. Okay.
Yeah.
How big was that ale cask I took off the other no party?
Sorry, what was that?
I took an ale cask off the other party. Was it like a personal size ale cask, or was it?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
a small one.
We could dump
How
some
do you
of them in
guys intend on bringing this meat back to camp?
I'm going to lay out one of the large pieces of skin that I got, and I'm going to wrap it up, each piece until it's full,
And then I'm going to carry
stack them and carry them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this was a huge creature, so this pile of meat is at least like large sized. You wouldn't be able to carry it, but if you wanted to use, say, one of those cuts of hide as like a sled and just pile the meat onto it and then drag that through the forest back the way you came, that would certainly be possible.
All right.
Speaking of which, did I get the antlers off? We
Oh,
attempt to take off the antlers.
Antlers. Give me a strength roll, just straight strength.
Strength. It's not bad either. This guy likes me. That is a 30-20.
Yeah, it took a bit of effort, but between you and Xena and your weapons, you are able to break off both of these very large antlers.
What do we do with them? But yeah, so we can totally construct a sled with the skins that we got and drag it.
Get to it. I got some cooking to do.
Can we each lift the side of the thing to not drag it, or do we have to drag it?
You have to drag it. So
what I
you're going to
assumed.
be moving at a slow pace back to your camp area. So let's see, it took about half an hour to get to where you are, a couple hours to butcher it, take you about 45 minutes to an hour to get back. So you'll be gone for a good few hours,
Okay.
but you'll certainly have a large load of meat with you when you come back.
I would
And-
also like to attach tree branches to the back of our sled to kind of cover the tracks a little bit as we drag it.
Yep, you can absolutely do that. The rest of the group, you hear these awful screams coming from deep within the forest somewhere, and your companions are gone for a long time. Is
This-
anyone doing anything, or just gonna hang out in the dome and hope they come back?
We heard awful screams, but it was screams of something else, right?
It was most definitely not a noise you have ever heard come from a gnoll.
It'll be fine.
They've probably botched another hunt.
Hey now.
Successful.
As we come back with 500 pounds of meat.
I see what you're saying.
Look, it wasn't a fast kill.
No, it was not. That poor animal.
Okay, so after a few hours has come and gone, Iza and Xena, you make your way back to camp, dragging a load of meat behind you. And the rest of you at the camp, you smell this meat before you see your group or your companions. It is fresh and so very tasty smelling.
You also hear Xena call out as you get closer, "Glorious meals tonight, my friends!"
I think we should cook up as much as we can, maybe turn some of it into jerky so we can take it with us and have fresh jerky.
What
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah,
what
that's
it-
good.
What in the hell's made that noise?
This.
I got antlers.
But
By the time they
was
bring it back, can we tell what
Big-
this is instead of
big-
just like hunks of meat?
Had hooves.
Whatever it was very, very large, just by the amount of meat that they've hauled back and the section of hide that they're dragging it on. And you see that these antlers that Iza is showing off as well, each antler has a span of about 3 feet. So they're on a very, very big animal.
In my defense, I did nail it right on the throat, but I didn't know the thing was gonna have like throat thingies of metal. It like screamed out even with a lance chugged right into it. I tried, guys. I'm sorry.
Had metal in its throat?
Nah. I'm just like
No.
saying like the lance should have. The javelin should have stopped it from doing the but it still did the like it was real loud.
Large.
Well, she put the metal in its throat.
Yeah,
Oh,
it still did the sound. Like
But
it
its neck was
itself
quite
was
large.
like
I
strong.
was worried that we had some sort of metallic beast wandering around the forest.
Oh, that would be real bad. No.
Real bad.
I
mean,
would
there could
hope
be.
not.
Let me just make a note real quick.
Metallic
And
For
deer.
both of your sakes.
There are a
Titanium
bunch of them in the
bloops.
desert.
I mean, I'll take that over butterflies any day, honestly. But
Let's hope for both your sakes, for all of our sakes. That noise did not attract any other creature.
nah, we
I
were
mean,
so
we-
stealthy earlier. It was fine.
And we got this magical dome
I
that we
have
have to
no
put
faith.
up. It'll be fine.
We were fine.
I have
And we
no
left the
faith.
carcass back there, so if anything goes to where we killed it, they'll find the carcass.
Yeah, they're the innards and shit. They're gonna love that stuff. We're fine.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get to
Again,
cooking.
This doesn't make us invulnerable. It helps
It totally
us.
does.
Can I cast Pass Without Trace on the meat so it doesn't give off any sort of blood smell?
I mean, there's probably like a trail
Yeah.
leading because we were dragging it.
Yeah, I mean the trail that's there already will remain there, but for the duration of Pass Without Trace, yeah, the meat, as far as any trace of it being there, it'll certainly fall under the rules of Pass Without Trace. I don't see why not.
I did
Okay.
what I could to cover the trail, but you know.
Yeah, just to be safe, I'm gonna cast Pass Without Trace on the meat to kill any scent for anything trying to look for a fresh meal.
Okay.
That's my
Absolutely do that.
that's my last second level spell of the day.
And Xena goes to start cooking this meat, and I'm going to start doing what I do with the hides.
Using my special frying pan and cooking set.
How long
And
have we
then-
been sitting here, by the way?
The group at the dome, you've been there for about 3 hours.
Can I have used this time to transcribe more spells?
Absolutely could.
Nerd.
I probably read from my book.
As expected.
So close, guys.
So, with moose antlers, because they do have a flatter section, If I can adhere something to the back of one of them to use as a handle and snap the straight piece that attaches to the head off, would that count as a shield?
I would
say,
yeah, that could be like a makeshift buckler. So it would be, oh God, what were the rules that we use for the different shield sizes?
D4 for a buckler.
Yeah, D4 for damage for the buckler. I think a buckler is still a +2 to the AC. I remember
Isn't
correctly.
it 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, I thought it was 1, 2, 3.
And the dice should be. Oh God.
I have the D4. It's a D4 for the buckler, D6
Is it
for the
D4?
small.
Okay.
Yeah. I have those written down, but I think it's only a 1 for a buckler.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the adjustments that we made to the ACs, but that sounds right. Yeah, a +1 to the AC and then a D4 for the damage.
Okay.
Nixis is going to see this going on and say, you know, I bet if you gave the other one to that Gnoll blacksmith that's supposed to find us here, maybe he could do something with that.
Does he know to find us here? He thinks we're in the desert.
Yeah.
He said he'd find us.
Either way, I'm going to take. What? That's just leather.
I think we still have some of that glue too.
Oh yeah, that's what I was planning on using. I was thinking if I take a large enough stick that's pretty solid and debark it, then glue some of the leather around it to make a wrap around the stick and kind of reinforce the stick itself, and then use the glue to attach the leather to the antler itself. The Sovereign's glue on all of this.
Yeah, I mean that stuff will bond anything to anything else. So yeah, you could absolutely do that.
We have about 4 ounces of it left. Would that be enough to give the?
I mean, 4 ounces is a lot.
Yeah,
Raven,
I need
it.
What is 1 fluid ounce in milliliters?
Oh, sorry.
Weird American measurements.
Well, this is 2 ounces right here.
Yeah.
29.5.
So they have this much left.
Okay.
And I'm trying to completely coat that stick because I kind of want the stick to be reinforced by the glue so the stick can't snap on me.
Okay.
I'm trying to find like a good size stick too.
Yeah.
Well, actually, better yet, rather than a stick, I want to use the straight part of the antler.
Yeah, you could certainly do that. It'll use an ounce, 1 full ounce of the glue.
Okay. And then I'm assuming it doesn't take much to stick the pieces of the leather to the antler.
Yeah, 1 full ounce to do the whole job.
Okay. So, my makeshift buckler.
Okay, and Xena, you are going to cook some meat, I hear. How much of this meat are you going to cook?
I guess, like, let's see, what storage wise, we don't have any like bag of holding or anything like that, do we? I'm trying to remember.
I don't think we do.
Doesn't work as one. So we'll need to set some out to dry, I think. Which is probably gonna take longer than
I could use some of my fire spells to help speed up the process from a distance.
Okay, all right. Subera, you use to handle jerky duty. I'll handle dinner duty, and I guess I'll make what would feed all of us like enough to feed all of us like till like we're like bloated full, like what 100 pounds or something too, for Gnolls.
Quick, someone look up how much a hyena eats in a day.
Yeah, what's a hyena eat a day?
On it.
A lot.
Average
Fox, tell us.
daily meat consumption
I'm
of a
genuinely
hyena.
curious.
Spotted hyena.
I'm not a spotted hyena.
No, but they are the largest of the hyenas.
32.
Gnolls are bigger than hyenas.
A single spotted hyena can eat up to 32 pounds of meat per meal.
Per meal. Wow.
We're
So
probably bigger than
32.
them.
So
So
30.
60 each.
I'm gonna double it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd
Jesus.
say each
And
of
then-
you
Times
to
their
get to the
six
point where you're bloated would eat between 55 and 65 pounds.
Okay.
65 pounds. That's 6 people. That's 390 pounds.
I will make 400 pounds of dinner.
With the
Oh,
100
wow,
pounds
100
left
pounds of
over.
jerky.
100 pounds for jerky.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'll-
it's about time you guys had a nice feast. You've been through a lot
Yeah.
of crap.
This is true.
And
I imagine
I'm taking out the special herbs. Like I'm busting out like the real rare shit that I've got in my kit. Like
I imagine that you have like multiple different, like, I tried cooking it this way, then I tried cooking it that way, then I tried cooking it this way.
yeah, it's made in all kinds of different ways.
Cena.
Here's just some that are seared and still raw in the middle, like Ahi tuna.
There's some on skewers. There's just like a roast. There's like ribs, steaks.
Did we get him rump roast? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
After I'm
Yeah.
done with jerky duty, I'm actually going to tell the group I'll be right back, and I will actually leave the dome.
Okay. So let's first do a roll for jerky duty.
I'm
Let's-
helping on jerky duty, so whoever's doing it, I'm
one
gonna
of
assist.
you.
I was helping you
do-
with the heating to speed up the heating process, the drying process.
Yeah, one of you can do a survival at advantage. The DC is low. It's kind of hard to screw up jerky, but it is possible.
You want to do it, Zora? Or you want me to?
I'll do it.
Okay.
Oh, nice. Nat 20. For 25.
Okay. Yeah, DC was just 10. You made jerky.
Waste
It's good
that.
jerky.
Delicious jerky.
And Xena, go ahead and give me a roll with your cooking utensils.
Okay. Xena's also gonna try something. She's gonna call out to those kind of standing around. So this is a lot of meat. This could take some time to prep. If I could have like a sous chef, need some assistance, just cutting stuff up. I'll tell you what to do. Who wants to volunteer? Nobody? No taker? Come on, people.
I would, but I'm working on jerky.
Wait, what do you need?
I just need an extra pair of hands. I'll tell you what to do.
Well,
That's
if
a
you
lot
need a
of meat.
pair of
Well,
hands, then
yeah,
Zara's not
yeah.
gonna be a
Zara
good
just
help.
holds up one. I'm like, I'm one short.
Wow. Insensitive, Cena.
Oh,
I
I
stare at
think the
Zarek.
actress needs to be voluntold.
I can give you a hand. Sorry, probably needs more rest.
Yixis is
you.
writing in his book and he glares at you real quick. He goes back to writing in his book.
I just pat him on the head. I know.
I need to take a feat just so I can cast Mage Hand, just so I have the Mage Hand there to use stuff.
Oh, God.
Okay,
So can I roll with advantage? That's what I was trying
yes,
to get.
with Xerx's assistance, and I imagine you understand the gravitas of what this meal means to you guys. So you're taking it slow, making sure you're doing everything right.
Yeah.
So you can go ahead and give me that roll with advantage.
And I'm taking it slow and careful and whatnot, but I'm also still doing my Xena flare.
Oh, of course.
I'm like humming like this little cha-cha tune to myself and just like dancing. My tail is just wagging a little bit, and yeah, I'm just doing it. I'm trying to get Zarek to do some things with me, so I'm like cha-chaing around him, but he's just like, unless you want to get into it. But yeah, so that's what Xena's doing. She's cha-chaing in the kitchen. So I'm gonna roll performance. Oh my god, I got not 20.
Ooh, nat 20.
Not 20.
Okay.
There we
So
go.
That's a total of 24.
Okay.
Got 10 and net 20.
I don't think we've had a nat 20 on the cooking roll before.
I haven't. That's the first one.
We deserve this meal, damn it. We've been through hell.
Yes, we
Yeah.
do.
Just a manual hero's feast.
Roll a d6 for me.
Okay. 6.
6. Okay, and roll it again.
4.
6 and 4. Okay. So, the positive effects of this meal, of this Nat 20 meal, are going to be for anyone that eats it. For 24 hours after consuming this meal, you will have A, immunity to necrotic damage, and B, advantage on all spell saves.
Wait, we get both or we pick one or the other?
You get both.
Spell saves. And what was the necrotic?
Immunity to necrotic
Immunity.
damage.
It's so good, it's almost holy. So glorious.
Now,
Its deliciousness.
Xena, would you like to describe for everybody this glorious feast you have prepared?
Okay, so yeah, it's just like a spread of all kinds of different seasoned types of meats. Like I said, there's like almost like a barbecue type sauce that she somehow did. And there's like ribs, and there's really juicy, just like right on that line of bloody, like Gnolls like it. But seared, steaks, and there's roast that she had been kept in there. She also made a stew, so there's like some stew. She added a couple of things that she found around the forest, some mushrooms from Zara and stuff, into this delicious stew. There's also some meat on a stick, because why not? And
Meat on a stick, and there's plenty of sticks now.
And there's some meatballs, and yeah, just like pretty much almost everything you could possibly do with that kind of meat is pretty available. And it's displayed really well. Like she took some leaves from outside and like has made the garnish, and like take some flowers and just made this little setup just look like this beautiful dinner spread that she's done.
Eva is at that dinner spread, food in both hands, eating everything. And as she's eating, she goes, "Oh my god, this is like the best meal you've ever made."
I know, right?
Absolutely stuffing her face.
Nina's in tears over the beauty of it all.
Yeah.
And it truly is the best meal that any of you have ever had. And you've had some really damn good meals prepared by Xena, but this is just, it's far, far and above the rest.
When the food is finally gone, I'm just licking my fingers, like just every little bit of it.
It's almost a little bit sad, because you know that the chance of ever having something this good again is so slim.
I was just about to say that. I was like, Xena also starts crying because she realized she's reached her ceiling.
Jeez.
Oh my god. I'm gonna start crying because she said it.
This is it. I've reached the top.
Okay, so I think before we get to whatever shenanigans that Sabira is up to, as she leaves the group for a moment.
She doesn't get into shenanigans.
Everything is
witnesses.
shenanigans with you people. We're going to go ahead and take our first break of the evening. So thank you for sticking with us. We are going to get up and refresh our drinks, stretch our legs, etc. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
And we are back.
Fine then.
Fine then.
Oh, hello.
I want to know the rest of that thought.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kensai. Kensai is the answer to the question.
Ah.
Kensai is always the answer to the question. So while everyone is actually, Sabira, are you going off before or after the meal?
I feel like I can't do it before because I was helping with the jerky. So it would be after.
You can't miss Xena's once in a lifetime
Well, it's not like
Glorious.
she wouldn't
Epic.
eat.
Gordon Ramsay style meal.
So after the meal, as
For all
everyone
brown.
is on the verge of a food coma, Sabira, you slip away to do what?
This is gonna be weird. I would like to forage.
Forage. Okay.
I would like to use my handy dandy nose to find all the different kinds of herbs that would be good for cooking. So things like rosemary, basil, just like all the different things.
Okay. So with advantage, you can roll either a nature, survival, or investigation.
All of them are good. So I will do, you know what? I'll do nature because I'm sniffing for the stuff. It would make sense. Oh, nice. Thank God, because the other one was a 1. 24.
24? Okay. Yeah, that's a totally decent roll. And this part of the forest, well, actually, as far as you've seen, the entirety of this forest so far is quite flush with these types of things. So it doesn't take you too much effort at all, especially with that nose of yours, to begin to locate some herbs perfect for cooking. You find things like your rosemary, and you find some dill. You find some nice dandelion, which is great for cooking. It's not just a weed; it's great for cooking. Telling you people.
I've seen enough Chop to believe you.
Not
Yeah,
wrong.
it's great. You even find like some nice winter mint and stuff as well. You have a good collection by the time you're done of about a dozen different herbs and spices. You find some really nice pink peppercorn as well.
Ooh, all right.
And you have a collection large enough for about 2 weeks worth of meals.
Oh, dang. Okay. Okay, she's gonna basically grab like different leaves and even use some of like her own cloth and just kind of like cut it up and separate it so that she doesn't just like toss everything in the same bag. Just to kind of keep it all nice and separated the best she can, and then puts it in her bag. And once she's satisfied, she will walk back into camp and see everyone just fat and happy.
As
I imagine they'd still be.
gnolls and hyenas should be, always fat and happy. So after this marvelous meal and this short foraging excursion, it is now probably about, let's see, it was, so about 9-ish, 9-10 o'clock at night. Are you guys going to continue resting here for the night, or are you going to try to move on somewhere else, perhaps a little further away from the smell of cooking? Or what's the plan?
1 second. You had said earlier that the hunting took 3 hours.
Yes.
So since they got back with the food cooked and blah blah blah, how long has it been?
So the hunting took 3 hours. The cooking probably took two and a half.
Yeah.
I imagine you all ate pretty quickly. You are Gnolls after all. So it's total from start of hunt to now, it's been about 5 or 6 hours.
You know what? We're fine here.
Now, is that coming from a place of wisdom or coming from my belly's full and I don't
No, it's
move?
coming from a place of wisdom.
Okay.
Because I have handy dandy druidcraft.
You sure do.
Which can be used to produce like some sort of faint sensory effect.
It sure can.
So say if I, not right around the orb or the dome, mind you, but a little ways out, produce the effect of the faint odor of a skunk. That should keep most predators away.
Yeah, you can absolutely do that. Walk a little bit of a perimeter using your druidcraft to create that scent in the air. And because of the density of the trees and stuff around you, there's no real breeze blowing through the area at the moment. So the scent does linger where you create it.
Gross.
I imagine once I finished my meal, Isa just passed out where she was sitting. Just food coma, full on, ate until she couldn't eat no more and just slept.
Okay. I imagine, yeah, that's probably what a few of you are doing at this point. Unless, again, you wanted to try to fend off the food coma and stay up to do something specific.
Subira is going to go back to reading. However, this time around, she's going to take a break from the book and read the journal that they picked up a few days prior.
Okay. Now, I assume those of you that are giving into your food coma are doing so for the duration of a long rest.
Unless
Probably
someone wakes me up for a
sleep.
watch.
And that was going to be my next question. Is anyone taking a watch, or are you all just crowding into the dome and leaving that for
I can take
your
first watch.
protection?
She ate really well, but she did not eat to the point where she was bloated. So she ate till she had that nice, happy, full tum-tum feeling where she's like, I'm content. This is nice.
It's been a while.
So I have no problem being first watch.
Yeah, I think Zara would do the same thing, not overstuff herself, but eat to where she's content. So she's
Nina ate their portions that they left behind.
Yeah, I helped with that because
That's fair.
Isa was eating until she was going to puke if she ate another bite.
She wasn't gonna leave any scraps on that table. So I'm out. I'll take last watch. Let's just say that.
Like I said, I'll take a walk, but someone has to wake me up for it.
What about Yixis and Xerax?
Xerax will definitely get up for a watch, but the rest is going to be sound no sleeping.
Okay.
If people are going to be taking their long rest, Yixis would think it's smart to do the same.
All right. So it sounds like pretty much everyone is going to sleep except for Subira, who is taking first watch.
Yes.
All right. Which of your skills are you relying on for this watch?
She would probably. That's a good question. She's in unfamiliar territory. She would probably do. No, investigation would make sense. So probably a perception check, just to. Again, they're in unknown territory. She has no idea what's out there, so she wants to kind of focus more on her hearing because it's dark, and just keep an eye out and ear out as it were, for any sounds that may come and kind of be on alert.
Okay, so give me that perception roll and follow it up with a percentile.
At 20.
Off to a good start.
It's just what are these nat 20s in battle, man. I'm missing a D10. I'm missing a D10. Well, okay, I will use this D10 then. Apparently, I somehow. Alright. That is a. What number is that? Oh, it's a 7. That is 72. I had to use my newly painted dice.
Nat 20 and a 72. Okay.
Mhm.
So you sit there and glancing down occasionally at your book, I imagine, but keeping your ears high and alert for anything that may be off about this territory. It is entirely foreign to you, so like every little noise that you hear kind of makes you perk up and look away from your book for a moment and look around, trying to find the source of it. But every twig snap that you hear, every bird call that you hear, is never followed up by anything encroaching on your camp or even the path that you're off to the side of. Okay. You're feeling content. You're feeling good about the situation that you're in right now. Everyone, I think, was a bit on edge about what was happening up at the top of the mountain and the conversation that followed that. But now that's all over and done with, and you're all here, you're all alive, the curse is broken, the bird isn't dead, the matriarch isn't too mad, it seems. Things have worked out, and that is making you feel quite content with the situation that you're in right now. And before you know it, 2 hours has passed, and your watch comes to an end. It is time to wake up the next person.
Who was doing second watch? Was it Zara? Okay. Before she actually wakes up Zara, she's gonna do one more thing real quick.
Okay.
So towards the very end of her watch, she is, because of having those thoughts, she wants to try and just kind of meditate for a moment and see if she can reach out to her patron.
Okay.
It's like I'm casting commune without actually communing.
Anything specific you're reaching out about, or just trying to get confirmation that your patron is present?
She was very upset that he was blocked from her before by Inogu's presence. So she's trying to reach out to see if she can sense him and make sure that he, I don't want to use the term well, but that he's reachable.
Okay.
That he's not in trouble or anything like that. He's fine. He was just blocked off from her.
Okay. Give me a religion roll. I don't know if I feel good about religion.
I'm okay with religion.
Give me a wisdom roll at advantage. Okay.
She's holding on to her pendant too while she does this. As a dirty 20.
Dirty 20? Okay. So you sit there and you kind of meditate on the presence of your patron, as I'm sure you've done before in the past. So it's not a completely foreign experience to you. You kind of have an idea of what you're doing, and you reach out, and you do feel something. You feel that all-encompassing presence of the source of your power, the point of origin of every spell that you use, every ability that you have, the one that has granted these things to you. You feel their presence in this moment, and as you try to reach out further, perhaps even making a direct connection with your patron, an image flashes in your mind, an image of a cage. And within the cage are two glowing orbs, one purple, one red. None of that gives you any indication that your patron specifically is like trapped or needs help or anything, but there is, for just that brief moment, an image of that cage with the two orbs within it, and then your meditation is broken just like a half second later. You have achieved more or less what you were aiming to in feeling that presence, but that image is strange. That's not something that has happened before.
She smiles for a moment, satisfied and happy that she has that connection back. She ponders for a moment and she starts making guesses in her head. I feel like she would be intelligent enough to somewhat put something together, considering what just happened with Iza and how her soul was being torn between two people, and perhaps those were the two that were trapped away. But she's not certain of what, if that is it exactly. Tucking that information away, not knowing if this is good or bad, but satisfied nonetheless.
Okay.
So she'll go over and she'll shake Zara awake. When she wakes up, it's just like those wide eyes pretty close to her nose. It's your turn. You're muted.
Of course I am. Wouldn't be a game without one of us being muted.
I expected this from Xerax, but that's from you.
We trade off. Anything happen? Anything of note?
No.
Boring as usual.
Nothing exciting.
Okay. I would say get some sleep, but I assume you're just gonna read.
I don't know what that is anymore. And she'll walk back to her corner and pop open the book and now be completely focused on the book.
I just think Sabira seems like she just has like the curse of Adderall put on her to where she can't sleep and she's always highly focused. Always has to be doing something.
That's my secret. I never sleep.
So, Zara, which of your skills are you going to rely on for your watch?
The one that I have come to rely on probably far too much as we've gone through this adventure, survival.
Survival, okay.
Uh, 18, that's gonna be 25.
25?
Mm-hmm.
A good start.
And watch me botch it here. 43.
25 and 43, okay. Is everybody inside the dome, or did some of you pass out before you made it into the dome? I know Iza had said that she was just kind of eating until she just couldn't eat anymore, and then she was out.
Mm-hmm.
We all
Did
went in
any-
the dome. We
I
were
imagine we
all
ate
in.
inside the dome, but
Yeah, I
I
was
don't actually know.
picturing eating in the dome, but
And if they didn't, Subira would be smart enough to say, like, help me, and just, like, drag them in.
oh wait, the dome's kind of small. Yeah,
They can fit
dome,
10
I
people,
think-
though.
I was
Yeah,
thinking
10
from the
medium
other
creatures.
game, the house thing that pops up from Wither.
I mean, we're technically medium creatures despite us being tall, so it can fit 10 of us.
You
in
are,
here.
yeah, and you'd all be able to fit in there, but all the cooking and the layout of the food and stuff, all of
Yeah.
that would have to happen
Oh.
outside the
No,
dome.
we
Oh,
ate
yeah, that's
and then
true.
rolled ourselves in. At least Xena rolled herself in. She doesn't want. She's
I-
afraid of bugs.
We
now.
did some
She has a growing phobia of butterflies specifically.
we did some outdoor
Iza-
grilling.
Issa passed out where she ate, so that's where she is.
Xena dragged her in. I'm just gonna say
Okay.
she doesn't trust
She
Iza
did
by
not make
herself.
it easy.
No, this is actually like fully canon. Xena does not trust Iza by herself because of her walking off.
I don't think
That's
anyone
fair.
does at this point.
drag her in.
You all
and
have
pass
good
out.
reason to not let her be alone anymore.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
no.
Okay. So it sounds like everybody is inside the dome then.
You drug in dead weight though. She just is not
Yeah.
moving for you.
That's
She
fair.
just laid there. You're like, I'm not moving.
Cena's can handle it.
So it's probably a good thing that everyone is in the dome. Because Zara, as you are sitting there on your watch, you happen to notice movement from the opposite side of the path that you're on. And as you kind of narrow your eyes and focus in on this movement, you realize it is a lot of small creatures, a swarm, if you would, moving throughout the trees on the opposite end of the path. And it seems to be moving out into the open and towards the dome. And once it gets out of the tree line itself, you have a better view of it. You see that it is indeed the same thing that you encountered earlier in the day. It is those bright blue and black butterflies. And there is a lot of them, easily 3 times as many as what you encountered. And they all just kind of meander through the air, and some of them crawling along the ground. They kind of stop at your cooking area for a little bit, and some of them find crumbs and specks of food that may have been dropped in the haste of the feast, and it's all quickly devoured. A lot of them kind of make their way over towards the dome, some of them even landing on it and just kind of resting there a little bit before they continue their migration across the path and into the woods and eventually out of sight.
Can I roll anything to get a sort of like a small study on these creatures?
Sure. Is there anything specific that you're trying to learn?
She's fascinated that they're meat eaters.
Okay.
Like from the small knowledge that she has of butterflies, it's never mentioned that they're carnivore.
That's why I was terrified when our bodies were there. I'm like, they're gonna eat us alive. Oh shit.
Give me a nature roll to study them a little bit.
Nature, that is going to be a 13.
13. Okay. You do get a pretty good view at some of them, especially the ones that land on the dome, since you're inside and you can see like their underside and everything. And you can see that the way these creatures are built matches both what you have come to expect from the description of a butterfly, but also from a carnivorous animal. It's likely that these are omnivores. They are able to feed off of nectars and sweet waters like tree sap and stuff and flower pollen like normal butterflies do. But as you saw from the one that bit Xena, they also have that kind of vertical mouth along their torso that can open up and bite down on, well, really anything. So they are likely omnivores. They clearly travel in groups. Perhaps it is a migration thing, or perhaps this is just the part of the forest that they happen to live in. You can even, I don't know if Zara like takes notes down on paper, but if you wanted to, you have the time to like even draw a little diagram of one of them if you wanted to.
Yeah, she doesn't really have any sort of writing utensil or anything like that. She just makes mental notes.
While you're
Would you like some? I
examining
have
them.
some.
Oh, right, you're awake. I keep forgetting about that.
Yeah, she's gonna take one of Sabira's papers and start drawing, like doing a little detailed sketch of it.
Because being an archaeologist, I imagine I have many of
Oh, yeah.
like
And just-
journals
Yep.
and drawing pads and pencils. I got all the shit.
And just like make short notes about their movement patterns and them being carnivorous.
And while you're studying them, give me an investigation roll.
Ooh.
I'm really curious. Did Zara lose her dominant hand?
No, she
Or not.
she lost her left arm, so
Okay.
you
couldn't remember.
said
You know, some of us That is the dominant hand. Okay.
That was the first question that I asked when I knew she was going to lose an arm. Is she left-handed, right-handed, or ambidextrous?
I just couldn't remember the answer.
Is going to be a dirty 20 for investigation.
Dirty 20, okay. So as you are watching them, you happen to notice that they are steering clear of where your fire pit for cooking was. And after seeing what happened to them when Yixis gave his tiny servant dragon's breath and spat fire all over them, you're pretty confident that they are vulnerable to fire damage. And in her gorging state, Iza has left some of her items outside, and one of those items is that cold box that she was carrying, that you know is cool to the touch on the outside and cool slightly on the inside as well. They seem to be steering clear of that as well, so perhaps they aren't a big fan of cold damage either.
All of which is good information is going down on that sheet of paper. And because she doesn't know the actual name for it, she's just going to call it a meat butterfly.
Fair enough. And like you mentioned, eventually they kind of move along into the tree line on your side of the path and disappear from view, and your watch comes to an end.
Man, I wish Summon Swarm was a spell in 5th edition.
Higher level druids, they can summon some swarms.
What is it, Conjure Swarm? Or what is it called?
I think it is a conjure. It's a conjure.
I'd have to look
swarm.
at Kyo's cheat to remind myself, because I went through all of the summoning and conjuring spells for druids when I was figuring out what to use to summon insects for our boat tree.
That'd be cool to use them. I'll have to find it. Who was third watch? Was that Xerix?
Yeah, I think so. Cena said fourth.
So, yeah.
Yep. All right, she's gonna wake up Xerix. We had more of those meat butterflies go by.
I'm sorry, what?
The butterflies that attacked us. There was more that went by.
Butterflies.
The murder flies.
They're carnivorous.
Oh, the things that bit Xena.
Yes.
Yes.
They ate some of the scraps of meat out there, then flew
Weird.
off.
Weird.
Interesting.
I took notes.
Are they legible notes? That's the better question.
That would be a good question.
Yeah, I mean, does Zara know how to write?
Or does Zara have her own language?
It's all in mushroom.
I mean, it would be totally unsurprising if any of you didn't know how to write. Written language is still a fairly new thing in Gnoll society.
It's legible, but a lot of things are misspelled.
I feel like everyone in this group, me and Yixis, considering how we write our spells in books, just that alone takes us literal.
Because she's not dumb, but the Green Mothers have no need for any sort of written anything. Everything is, passed down verbally and, practically. So we don't need no books.
And Kiara can correct me wrong, I imagine Xena and Iza are probably the least literate of the group.
Yeah, I just typed in the chat that Xena can write 2 words, her name and the word glorious. Only glorious is probably misspelled.
Everything is
That's
spelled
awesome.
the way it's said instead of the way that it's actually spelled.
Yeah.
Good. Well, as long as they don't come back, I don't care. So I'm going to hunker down in the dome and begin my watch.
Okay. And which of your skills are you relying on?
Zara used survival, correct?
Yep.
You know what? We're just going to go with the good old perception.
Okay.
Oh, right. You want the other horrible dice with this.
I mean, you got to get a good roll eventually, right?
No, I don't. So the perception's 21. Percentile's 11.
I mean, that's not terrible. Since the D20 was all right.
Yeah, I mean, it could be much, much worse. 21 and 11. Okay. Okay. So you sit there for your watch, keeping a very keen eye out, a little more on alert than perhaps you normally would be, given that Zara had seen more of those butterflies going through the area. And the first hour or so of your watch is pretty quiet, pretty uneventful. But then you hear a noise that is not in tune with the insects and the birds and stuff of the night. It is the snapping of twigs, and not heavy footsteps, but heavy enough that you can hear them as they grow closer and louder. It almost sounds like hooves stamping into the dirt, the forest floor, coming your way. And there's a fair number of them.
I can't remember. Just refresher. Can things see into the dome?
Things cannot see into the dome.
Then I'm going to park right at the edge of the dome and pay attention to whatever's making all the noise.
Okay. And you are able to detect that the noise is coming from the tree line that is on the same side of the path that your dome is on. And as you look deep into the dense woods out that way, you begin to see shapes. There looks to be 3, maybe 4 of them. And at first glance, they look like the silhouettes of humanoids. But when they begin to reach your camp, they kind of spread out, and you see that they are not, in fact, regular humanoids. They seem to be creatures that almost have like a gray elk body to them with a human torso on the front. And you've heard about centaurs before.
Mm-hmm.
But these don't look exactly like centaurs. They're maybe something in the centaur family, but
Are
not
they
the
smaller?
descriptions that you've heard. They are... What size is this creature?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, they are slightly smaller.
They're the smaller variety.
And these ones in particular, as they get closer to you, you can see the pelts on their animalistic parts are long and shaggy, and they are varying colors of white and gray, and the skin on their humanoid parts is almost like a pinkish purple shade. And they have long pointed ears, and each one of them has 2 sets of tree-like horns that sprout from the top of their heads and the sides sweeping back. All of them are carrying longbows, and with the way that they're moving, it's quite clear that they can see in the dark. They can see quite well. And they seem to be approaching your camp specifically. Like, they know someone has been there, and they're going to investigate.
I grab without really taking my eyes off them, grab a small pebble and throw it back in the direction of Sabira.
What?
I point outside the dome.
And it takes your eyes a moment to adjust to the darkness and the distance that these creatures are, but you do eventually see them as well.
She'll scoot closer so she doesn't like yell across the dome. Be like, so stage whispering. Do you think they know we're here?
Well, the way they're moving around, I would assume so. Or at least they know something was here.
Well, if they discover that there is an invisible barrier here, they're going to know something's up. We could either distract them or converse with them.
You might want to awaken Zara.
All right. She'll go over and she'll wake up Zara.
Do they look distinctly more of the ranger druid variety than the...
They're very clearly rangers of some sort. They all have bows on them. At the distance that they're at now,
They don't look like your typical marauding centaur variety.
Not really, no.
Okay.
They're quite organized. They're very clean cut. They don't look like they're some wildlings from the forest, and they seem to be communicating quite well with each other. What languages do you speak? You as well, Sabira.
Common and Gnoll.
I know Abyssal, Common, Gnoll, and Undercommon.
Okay, so neither of you know what they're saying, but they are very clearly speaking in a developed language to each other and coordinating their movements towards your camp.
So she'll go ahead and she'll wake up Zara. Zara, we need you to be a distraction. Be quiet. You're muted.
You're muted.
I'm sorry.
Stop waking up like this.
I'm sorry. What? Be a distraction?
Very quiet. They need you to use spells as a distraction. Perhaps there's a group of humanoid creatures that are wandering. They may know we're here. I'm not sure yet.
I have a question.
I may have an answer.
How big of a flower can my staff of flowers make?
Oh,
About the size of a sunflower, I would say, which is fairly large. It's like 12 to 16 inch diameter, a large sunflower.
Okay. Well, I've been meaning to try this out. Going to take the staff of flowers and make the biggest flowers possible and just have them like start sprouting right next to them and then like leading off in a small trail, and I'm going to do 9 flowers. And then once it gets to the 9th flower, I am going to use Druidcraft to make the sound of an animal rushing through the brush.
Okay. So absolutely possible to do. You will need to exit the dome in order to do that, however. Which, again, is possible. It would just require a stealth check.
All right. So say if I exit the dome, where the dome is like would technically still be partially covering me. Once I'm out of the dome, am I visible to everything, or does that dome still provide some sort of cover?
If you were to partially exit the dome, the part of you that is outside of the dome would be visible. The part that is still inside the dome would be hidden.
So
tuck and roll.
Yeah, I'm gonna like I look
for something like this, you'd only need like your upper torso to be out of the dome.
Just a finger.
Be ready to back me up. And she's gonna walk away from where the fire pit was to, you know, still conceal herself in as much darkness as possible. And like sticking very. Wait, can I casted wild shape or no?
No.
No, damn.
No.
You have to cast, and if as long as it's not a concentration, you can cast and then turn it.
Yeah, it's what, Circle of the Moon that does that?
I think it's, yeah, moon druids that can do that, but none of the other ones can.
Okay.
Damn.
So where we're at right now, is there any sort of bush or anything that would be able to conceal myself?
Let's move you back over to that map real quick.
Here, I'll take us to the map as well so we can see.
So where everyone is bunched up together is kind of where the dome is.
Where would the fire be at?
The fire would be right here, I imagine. That area. I don't think you guys would have built your big cooking pit right on the path, so probably just south of where the dome itself is.
Okay. And where are the centaur coming from?
They are coming from the woods right next to the dome.
So in here.
Yeah.
All right. So is not Zara, but Isa at the border of the dome, or how far out does the dome reach?
What is the radius on that dome? It's a 10-foot radius. So let me draw a circle here for this. Make our lives a whole lot easier. It's going to be that. Oh, let me just draw it on the GM layer instead.
I mean, 10-foot radius, I'd have to be at the edge.
The circle.
Move that to where it is. So that would be, yeah, about there, I would imagine.
Okay.
Roughly.
So going off in this direction, right before she exits the edge, once again wild shape into the chipmunk with the mushroom on its head.
Okay.
And gonna go out a bit of a way away from the group, away from the dome, like sticking to the underbrush and everything, you know, trying to move as best that a three-legged squirrel can.
That's a hell of an image. So give me a stealth check first. See if you can do that without being spotted.
What's the stealth skill on a chipmunk?
Let's go a +1.
+1. Okay, well that's a 7.
A 7, okay. You can continue.
Okay, and just gonna continue on. She figured that if she's good, if like her, or if she failed at like stealth or failed to sneak, they're just gonna see a chipmunk, and yeah, that's not a problem.
And it'll only have 3 legs, so they'll feel real bad for it.
Well, it has a big mushroom on its head.
But it has a very fashionable mushroom on its head. And pretty much she's good. I'm gonna go out about 45 feet from the dome.
Okay.
And then as soon as I can find a large enough tree, count to 10 in chipmunk, and then revert back to my normal form and then do the flower and noise thing.
Okay. Let's see. Give me just a straight D20.
15.
15. Okay.
That's how many arrows hit you.
Awful.
Xerax and Subira, are you still watching these centaur-like creatures while Zara does this?
Yes.
Yes.
So when Zara leaves the dome as a chipmunk, you see one of the centaur creatures kind of break off from the group and go off in the direction that the chipmunk went in. And then the flowers sprout, and the sound of the animal as well becomes apparent. And the other ones that were still headed towards your little camp area stop and seem to discuss something with each other. And two of them begin to head towards the flower trail, essentially, and follow it and investigate it, while the one remaining centaur-like creature continues towards your camp. And they seem to be going very slowly. They're all very careful. When the two reach the end of the flower trail, they shout something. What languages do you speak, Zara?
I speak Common and Gnoll.
Okay. None of you understand what they've shouted, but as soon as they do say whatever it is, all of them ready their bows as they continue their investigation of their various areas.
So they're still approaching us.
One of them is. The other two are still in the woods, examining the flower trail and looking for the source of the animal noise. And then one of them is off further away, north of the dome in the woods, trying to find the three-legged chipmunk.
Zara's gonna stick where she's at because she's got no more wild shape. So pretty much hunkered down as close to the tree as possible.
Okay.
Trying to see what I can do. Give me a second. I think we should just talk with them. If they're intelligent enough creatures, we can just converse and say, hey, we're making camp. We'll get out of your way in the morning.
Unless we murdered a moose and they're seeking vengeance.
Well, if it was their pet, we will apologize.
He's a pet moose. Jeez.
Do you want to wait until he gets close enough and then I'll pop out?
Try not to startle him too much.
I'll try not to.
Damn, the necklace ascending still it doesn't recharge until the next day.
I'll even have an idea. Oh wait, you can't cast spells in the dome, huh?
You can't cast spells through the dome.
Oh, so I could cast a spell in the dome if I wanted to?
Yes, but it would
Like
be
if I wanted to
contained
Misty Step
within
or
the dome.
something?
Yeah, I mean, you could Misty Step from one end of the dome to the other.
What about outside the dome?
Nope.
Not
It's
through the wall.
basically a
Damn it.
wall that no spells can
Let
pass
me
through.
out! Okay. Alright. I'll wait and just see if he approaches closer.
And the one that is heading towards the dome and the camp area does indeed begin to approach again. With the path that it's taking, it doesn't appear that it notices the dome itself is there. I mean, it obviously sees the dome, but it's disguised similarly to the terrain around it. Seems to be focused more on the camp area.
Okay.
And it does go straight to that area and begin poking around all of the stuff that was left outside.
Okay. I'm just gonna watch.
Including
kind
our
of wait.
cold box.
Including the cold box.
Damn it.
And it seems to be very cautious. It's not touching anything with its bare hands. It's like using the butt end of its longbow to kind of like overturn the box and poke around the fire pit and that kind of stuff. And let's see, it's gonna do.
You know what? I just want to see what happens. Oh no, I still have to stick my hand out. Nope, never mind.
Okay.
Everything I have planned, it just gives me away.
So while that one is poking around the camp, could I get another stealth check from you, Zara?
Sure.
So basically, your stealth to hide from the one that's looking around the area.
That will be a 12.
12, okay. Since this one is actively searching, it will be a roll instead of passive. No, I should have gone with the passive. Passive is 15, but it rolled an 8.
I'm fine with that.
So it walks uncomfortably close to you, Zara, but it doesn't seem to see you. And as you're standing there, trying not to breathe, trying not to move or make any noise whatsoever, you see it kind of lift its head up to the air like it's smelling something, and you realize that scent that you laid down in the area of the skunk is likely masking your own scent right now as well, which
Thank
is
God.
really good. It continues around that area for a while, but doesn't seem to spot you as it calls out to its companions and makes its way over to the camp area to assist the one that is there in its investigations.
I keep watching. They're not doing anything hostile or anything. So just observing right now.
Okay. And they continue to poke around, and eventually the other ones join them as well. And they're there for 10, 15 minutes before they all huddle together and seem to have a conversation with each other and begin to point and motion back towards the tree line that they came from. And it seems that they've all come to some sort of agreement here, and they decide it is time to leave the area. There doesn't seem to be anything threatening that they have found. But before they leave, they all come together right on the path, the forest path. And they seem to be doing something. Hard to tell with my earbuds keep falling out. It's really annoying. They seem to be doing something, but it's hard to tell what they're doing because their large bodies are all kind of blocking your vision. But as soon as they move off from where they are and back into the tree line, you see that they have left an arrow. Not like a bow and arrow type of arrow, but like an actual arrow of flowers pointing down southwards on the path. And roll an insight for me.
Let's see what my insight is. Okay, that is a 16.
16? Okay. You get the feeling that they know that something is either in the area hiding from them or will be returning to this area, and they have used some sort of magic to sprout flowers in the ground in the shape of an arrow, essentially telling you guys that you should leave. Not like immediately, but like, don't linger here, move on type of thing. And then they all move back into the tree line and disappear.
See, I told you we might be in their territory. But how would we know? We're foreigners here. Plus, we're passing through. We're not really doing any harm per se, but that seems to be an indication that They want us to leave.
It's likely a good idea in the morning.
I
Zara,
think that's our plan.
Zara's gonna wait about 15, 20 minutes and then like grab just like some random leaves and stuff and just like stuff it in our armor and everything. Just to like do a little crappy makeshift ghillie suit and begin to sneak back through the brush.
Oh, that's an image.
And so as Xerax and Sabira are discussing these creatures, suddenly a plant jumps into the dome. Oh wait, it's just Zara.
It didn't go well.
Look at Zara. Did you fall in the shrub?
There was one literally a foot away from me.
And this is how you hid.
No, I just pressed myself up against a tree.
Oh.
And
That probably
then,
would have been better how you approached us.
well, I did this as I was moving back through because I couldn't turn into a chipmunk anymore.
Ah. Well, long story short, sounds like we may be in their territory. They want us to leave, so in the morning we're planning on doing that anyway, correct?
That's the plan.
So we're fine till morning. They also might be a druid. They did the same thing I've seen you do.
Maybe. Or rangers.
She'll look at Xerax. Can you create flowers?
Not. No.
Probably special
Not
rangers.
saying that I've actually ever tried, but no. Not to my knowledge.
You can create thorns, though.
Ah,
This is true.
well, those aren't thorns, so. Oh, what
Well,
do I know?
I'm gonna get more sleep. Hopefully we don't come across anything else because I can't turn into any more chipmunks tonight.
Yes, I should get some more rest myself. Should go back to her corner and read her book.
Okay. So is anyone going to be taking the final watch?
I think someone was supposed to.
If someone wakes Xena up, she did volunteer.
Absolutely, I'm going to wake Xena up.
She slept most of that food come off.
Yeah, no,
Possibly,
I think I'm
possibly
at a full
by
rest, right?
holding one of the pieces of jerky over Xena's nose.
Oh, that would work. Yeah, I just snap it out of your hand.
Like, time for your watch.
Okay. Did I get a full rest having the last watch?
At the end of the watch is when the full rest will be
okay.
completed.
Got it. All right. I stretch. So, I assume nothing exciting happened.
No, not really.
Cool. All right. And Xena will look around and I don't know how it's gonna turn out for her. Is there a tallish tree near the dome?
Oh yeah, you've certainly got your choice. I assume a tall tree built for climbing.
Yes.
There's several
Xena
on
would like
both sides
to
of the path.
athletically dominate this tree to get a good vantage point on the surroundings and use
Okay.
athletics.
Just like flexes at the tree and it just like lifts her up.
Yeah. Anyone can is Xena.
So that is 24.
24. Okay. Follow that up with a percentile.
Okay. The dreaded
The
percent.
butterflies come back.
Why?
It's not a tree, but a butterfly swarm.
Yeah, 22.
Okay. Could be worse. You rolled well on the check itself. How high up the tree are you going?
I wanted to go like super high so I could like not high to where I'll lose sight of the dome, but high enough to get like a good enough vantage point. So not like in the canopy to where I would lose sight of the dome, but like significantly up, just also because it feels good to climb. Find a nice big branch I can lounge and sit and just kind of look out at.
Yeah, you find a particularly large tree that is like right on the tree line next to the path. So you're able to climb up fairly high in this tree while still maintaining a good visual on the dome and anything that may be wandering across the path or down the path. And it's quite nice up here. There's a gentle breeze at this height. You have a good view both below and above. It's clear sky. Stars are out. The insects are chirping. It's kind of relaxing. You have to stop
like
yourself.
rubbing my belly. You know?
Yeah, you have to stop yourself from kind of dozing off a bit because it's just so nice.
Mm-hmm.
And then movement catches your eye on the horizon. Something big, something really big. And it seems to be coming from the west.
Okay. Do I see? I'm gonna try to like just look and see what I'm like. Can I?
Give
What
me
kind
a
of
perception
details?
check.
Oh wow, that's really good for me. -1, 18.
18, okay. This movement is far enough away that you don't really feel like it's going to be a threat to you, but still close enough that you could probably make it a threat if you wanted to.
Yeah.
It appears to be a very large winged creature. It doesn't have the long tail and long neck of a dragon. It looks more like this is perhaps a bird of some kind. A very, very large bird, though. And there seems to be almost a cloud of something billowing off of it as it's flapping its wings and soaring through the air. And looking closer at this creature, there's suddenly a flash of light that comes from it. It almost looks like yellow lightning in a way, and that lights up the area around it enough that you can determine that this cloud that seems to be billowing from its wings is actually a cloud of sand. Give me a history roll.
Also, Xena's wondering if it has her javelin. The like glowing lightning stuff. History?
Yep.
Yeah, no. Xena don't know shit. I got a 6.
6. I feel like Xena does like her war stories. So
She
maybe
does.
that should have been at advantage.
Okay.
Because this is something that you may have heard a story or two about.
Oh yeah, she definitely pays full attention to those kinds of stories. Okay, that's better. That'll be a 12.
12? Okay. You have heard talk of large bird-like creatures before. And given that this thing seems to be creating or carrying some sort of cloud of sand, it's likely that it comes from the desert. You know, the border of the desert by foot is a long way away, but by sky it's not too terribly far away. So perhaps this bird is a desert creature and it just happens to be out on a hunt or searching for something. You feel like this is either going to be a creature known as a rock.
Oh wow, that big?
That big.
Damn.
Or a different creature, one that interests you slightly more than a rock does. Creature known as a Zalakum, which is a very, very large yellow bird that can only be found nesting in the desert. And it is magical. It is a magical creature that is not only capable of creating spells and magical effects itself, but also of fighting against magical creatures. You've only heard a story or two about these particular birds because they're very, very rare, or at least survivors of encounters with them are rare. But it's still far enough away that you aren't sure exactly what it is, but those are your two best guesses.
And the stories that I've heard of others facing it, like, did they talk about how it was like extremely difficult? It was like a whole group of veteran warriors, like what?
Yeah.
What I remember in terms of the difficulty, because right now she's feeling intrigued and challenged.
The stories that you've heard have always been about groups of hunters trying to take one of these things on. Groups of anywhere from 5 to 10 hunters trying to take on a single one of these creatures. And the difficulty in fighting one of these things is that cloud of sand that they seem to be able to control is like superheated sand, and just getting near one of these creatures will do significant fire damage to someone.
All right. Xena goes to the edge of the branch and kind of perches and gets ready as if she's going to leap and start charging from branch to branch. But we'll see how she feels. But she looks down at the dome and remembers that her companions have had a really hard day and a hard couple of days, and realizes that challenging a beast of that magnitude, although would be such a glorious battle, might anger her teammates and possibly kill some of them. So she's gonna be good and just kind of sit back down and just kind of start making fantasies in her head about how she would take it down if she were free to do so.
Okay, and the remainder of your watch is fairly uneventful. You do have eyes on this creature for quite a while. Every once in a while, it dives down below your vision, and it seems to come up with something in its talons, and then it drops whatever is in its talons. It's killing its food.
I watch.
And then dives down and is gone for a while, probably eating, and then it comes up again, and it continues this for a good hour and a half or so before it seems to dive down one last time and then not come back up. And by then, the sun is beginning to rise on the horizon. Your watch is beginning to come to an end. And your companions are, I assume, beginning to stir beneath you as they awaken.
Yep. Xena will jump down. She's got a ring of feather fall, so she just kind of floats.
So everybody's beginning to wake up and just open your eyes, and then suddenly Xena is like Mary Poppinsing through the top of the dome, right into the center of all of you.
With her axe.
Yep.
Could have just jumped off the mountain to get your javelin if you just jumped off it.
Oh my god, you're so right!
I usually am.
We should go back and get it.
No.
Totally forgot about this
Sweet.
stupid thing.
The question is how would you get back up afterwards?
I mean, I'm a good climber. We've been fine, you know.
We've been
got
over
rope.
we've
Throw it
been
down
over
there.
this before. The whole reason why you didn't go down is if you slip and you die or get hurt, none of us can come down after you.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe. We don't know.
it's fine. It's fine. Zena just kind of grumbles and munches on some jerky. She's also gonna tell them about the Zalikun, I think you called it.
Zalikun, yep.
Yeah.
Zalikun.
Okay.
And
Would I have heard of that before?
maybe Xerax and Sabira can give me history rolls.
And I describe it with a lot of detail and basically explain how I saw it kind of like picking some chumps up and dropping them and kind of chuckling about it.
That is a 10.
That is a 28.
Okay. Xerax, you have not heard of any more about these creatures than what Xena has told you. Sabira, you knew the information that Xena had passed on about one of these creatures, and you also know one additional piece of information about it, in that it can consume and store souls in order to rejuvenate itself.
She will gladly say that, like, nonchalantly, like, oh, yeah, that creature actually can store souls within itself.
What?
Quite a large sum. They're quite dangerous.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a great trophy to bring
I'm
back.
very proud of your self-control. It surprises me, but proud.
It surprised me too. I've been doing really good, you guys. Like, you guys owe me like a big fight soon. Like, seriously, because I'm about to burst. I think the next one, I'm not gonna be able to hold back. I'm gonna be real honest with you guys right now. It's not gonna happen.
The near-death
Say
experience
Xena
with the
and Xena
murder
can be
flies.
like, what?
You didn't want to just hold back a bit ever since your close call with the murder flies? I think they were
bring
your
up
most...
the murder flies, okay? This is different. They're like really small, and I'm used to fighting things that are really big, and I don't know what to do with a bunch of things that are just really small and in my face.
Oh,
I think they're your most
different type
terrifying
of
foe
fighting.
yet.
Speaking of the meat butterflies, you walk over to Ixis and hand him the notes that she took down. They were outside of the dome again.
Apparently, Ixis is still asleep, so you just kind of tuck those notes into his sleeping hand.
All right. Was that to me?
Yeah, to Ixis. Zara handed you her professionally taken notes and drawing of the butterfly.
He's going to look over the notes. The drawing's good. I'll fix up the spelling and grammar errors. Don't worry, I got it.
I only had a certain amount of time to take it.
No, you did good.
They eat meat, by the way.
I kind of noticed.
I sat there and watched them eat part of the steak that Xena dropped.
Yixis is honestly more surprised that Xena dropped any steak whatsoever.
It was all gristle. That's
the best part.
Yeah, that's all the flavor there.
Connoisseur a little to an extent.
We need to capture these. Cultivate them.
No.
They would be a wonderful weapon.
A weapon you
I'm
can't
not so
control.
sure that would work.
Why not?
Weapon for what specifically?
Arcastus?
They're insects. They kind of only go off of pure instinct.
I like to eat my face. I don't like that. My
not
face
to
is
druids.
Nice. No.
We have some green mothers back at the Oasis who can control insects.
So I'm not going anywhere near those things.
Oh, they wouldn't eat you. Think about it. Some army tries to attack the oasis, and all of a sudden you throw a swarm of meat-eating butterflies at them.
All right, you bring your group of your druid buddies back here someday, and you guys have your butterfly bug collecting day, but not when you're with me, all right? Not doing that when I'm around.
You confuse me. You'll face a dragon head on, but
Oh, yeah.
not butterflies.
No.
Because butterflies are her greatest foe.
Too small.
I see. Giant butterfly.
Yeah, maybe.
She's just gonna start walking off, like thinking of the various forms of butterflies they can cultivate for war.
So as Zara ponders butterflies and the rest of you begin to pack up your camp and stuff, we are going to go ahead and take our second break of the evening. Get up and stretch your legs and refresh our drinks. I feel like some of us are going to need some more coffee, myself included. And so we will be right back in just a couple of minutes.
Okay, we're back.
It's off.
Welcome
Hi.
back.
Hello.
You miss TV doing acrobatics off your chair.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Yep.
that sounds like normal.
She was destroying it at first. It was an enemy to be defeated.
Oh yeah. I
and
mean,
she
this
was like,
all this is her.
Oh wow.
This chair was in good condition until I brought her, like we brought her home, and then the chair became the enemy / the aggro crag. So
You can go back in the VODs and start at the point where you get Eevee,
oh yeah.
and then take like a screenshot
Oh my
of the chair every
Yeah.
VOD after that, and it's just slowly falling apart.
That'd be hilarious.
The death of the chair.
I mean, it's a chair. It serves a purpose.
Yeah, scratching posts.
Yeah.
Exactly.
apparently. Serves a
So-
couple purposes.
Like
That,
most
While,
cats.
that's how she gets my attention.
or jumps on your shelves, or in the stuff hanging off your door. Or...
Lays on a mixer.
I mean, the mixer's a pillow.
You know, attacks the cords for the computer.
Adds
Or gets
cats.
tangled in the cords like my cat did the other night while I was playing with a game with my friends, and tried to run out and basically tried to pull all the cables out of my computer.
Yeah.
I was like, Jesus, cat.
No.
She shouldn't have even been able to fit back there, but she found a way.
Or steal the
Always
dice.
Find a way.
They always find a way.
She tries to steal my dice, specifically the D8s.
The pointy easy to get in the mouth.
Well, at least it's not the D4s.
Yeah, could be worse.
Little landmines.
I mean, the caltrops.
Yeah, caltrops. Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Worse than Legos.
Much worse, especially when they're sharp edge.
Yeah.
it's
I was
not
like,
a
I
good
feel
time.
like they're on par with Legos, but
Nah, you've
Yeah, I've stepped on a lot of Legos, and I've stepped on my fair share of sharp edge D4s.
Yeah,
I will
the
happily take Legos
unfinished.
any day of the week.
Take
Heaven forbid you home alone with someone who plays D&D.
all you got to do is like make your own dice. Don't shave the edges down after you take it out of the casting, and they're perfect for caltrops.
that's for all the dice. You don't even just do D4s, like all of
Oh,
them.
yeah.
It's like, oh,
Yeah.
D20s are the worst. It's like, I'm not holding that in my hands to roll that.
Load it
that's
in
how
a,
I feel when I try to freshen them up when I do raw dice. It's just like they're so sharp.
load them in a not a crossbow, but a slingshot, and you get yourself a deadly weapon.
There you go. Yeah, that works.
All my dice have a
Of
purpose.
deadly weapons. While Zara is thinking about harvesting these death butterflies to use against the Arcastans, what is everyone else doing?
Backing up and actually, you know what? Was where the arrow was pointing the direction I originally saw from the day before of the way to the desert, or the direction we were trying to head anyway.
The arrow is pointing in the direction you guys were headed the day before. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah,
yeah,
Pack up, head out.
I feel like whoever's up next to Isa has some few kinks to work out in their back because she kicks in her sleep.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, I'm just gonna always assume it's Yixis.
Yeah.
Aww.
He goes. He goes like the other side of the dome, and she still somehow spins around to get
Yeah. I just roll over everyone until I'm next to Yixon.
The worst part is Sabir is just watching it happen.
TPK
Who,
roleplay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that raid.
Who's carrying the bird today?
I'll take the bird today.
Oh,
You feeling okay, Isa?
Mm-hmm. Now I had a nice good meal.
Yeah. That's it. That's seriously another tear goes down Xena's face. That was the best. Doesn't get better than that. Glorious.
After the
Glorious.
There's nothing better than this.
You have a
The-
5% chance of doing it again.
after the ridiculous amount of meat everyone ate last night, like how much is left over for like the
100
next days
pounds.
of
100
jerky and stuff?
pounds.
Okay.
There's
Yeah,
there's
'cause they
about
brought
100 pounds
500.
of, well, It was 100 pounds wet. It has been turned into jerky, so it's probably about 65 pounds now.
Okay,
We
so
should take roughly 11
We
pounds.
just divide it up
So-
against amongst everybody.
I think this is the first day since we started this adventure to where Zara does not have to have to cast Goodberry.
Yeah, everybody
Oh,
is well
snap.
fed and has enough rations on them with all of that jerky to feed themselves at least for a few days. You never know. Some of you could get real hungry again, and suddenly all the jerky's gone.
Within like 20 minutes.
Gnoll pocket
that would
bacon.
be-
So Isa hoists the bird over her shoulder, or however you want to carry her, and you all begin to head out again. Who is taking the lead? And where are you going?
I'll take the lead again.
And I'm going to princess carry this bird.
I'm gonna keep heading south because even despite not being in this area with my cartography, I at least know the direction we're supposed to be going. So I'll just keep trying to head south. Where are we at right now? Yeah,
And
directly
you-
south we would get into the desert, huh? Or would it be
It would
south-
be southwest.
Southwest. Okay.
But from the view that you had atop this mountain, you know directly to your west is a river. So you'd have to head south first to go around the river, unless you wanted to chance crossing it somehow.
Knowing these group of
way.
gnolls, so she's gonna head south.
And you can also feel just as you're walking that the southern direction is still a bit of a descent. So you know you're still coming down from the top of the mountain that you're on. You aren't yet to the valley below or a
Yeah.
plateau of any kind. So
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we'll just keep heading south, descending down the mountain.
Okay.
So let me see that skill. Okay. So yeah. So this and then a D100. Okay. That's not too bad of a roll. That is 18. Specifically
Okay.
using my cartography. In case you just want to know the skill.
Yep.
30. Straight 30.
straight 30. Okay.
Got scared at first. I thought it was a 3.
I mean, a 30 is still not great, but
It could be
like
worse.
all of your rolls today, could be worse.
Like my nat 1 and then I almost died.
Okay, so you lead the group down this path, and it's quite easy going. You're used to having to traverse loose sand, which is a difficult thing for a lot of creatures. They're not built for that sort of terrain, and you're used to having to work a lot harder just to travel forward. But with this hard packed soil beneath your feet, it almost feels like you're just gliding along this path. You've never had travel this easy before.
And it's wonderful.
It is wonderful. You almost lose focus at times, losing yourself in just how easy this trek is, and taking in this foreign terrain, looking at all the creatures, the insects and stuff that you pass by that are non-threatening, and just taking in this brand new environment. And
That's pretty on par with it.
almost 2 hours has gone by before you even know it. And when you catch yourself kind of losing focus, you kind of snap your vision back to the path in front of you and say, okay, we got to stay focused. There could still be dangers out here. And as you look forward down this path, you stop suddenly as you see something standing in the path before you, about 60, 70 feet away. It looks like a pole at first, a pole of some kind. And you squint. It's like that kind of looks familiar. And you realize that's a very familiar javelin. That seems to be very deliberately placed right in front of your group.
Uh-oh.
I mean, at what point do the rest of us notice that?
Yeah, let me know when I see it because Xena's doing a very specific thing.
Subira will point it out.
And
Xena rushes ahead towards the javelin.
Look, I mean, proceed with caution.
Ah!
Just saying. Okay.
Isa's going to gently lay down Breen up against a tree and cover with a bit of brush, just in case something goes down. Set her off to the side.
Sparky,
Okay.
you're home.
Oh, let's see here. What spell should I have prepared?
So, Xena, you're running right up to the javelin.
Yes.
Are you
I said
grabbing
proceed with
the
caution.
javelin?
Oh yeah, totally.
Okay.
She is. Xena.
Yeah.
So
That's why.
You grab hold of this javelin and you yank it out of the ground, and it's not difficult. It doesn't look like it was intentionally wedged here to be unmovable or anything. Just the way it was placed, it's just gently placed in the ground in the middle of the path, right where you guys happen to be going.
I cuddle it.
Our dragon friend retrieved it for her? Dragon, not dragon friend?
Sparky came home.
It sparks a little with static electricity as you're rubbing up against it.
No, Sparky.
Oh, God.
Mwah, mwah, mwah. Okay, go home.
Little do we know Sparky's actually a sentient weapon.
Yep.
Guys.
My name is Trevor.
How amazing is that? What are the odds? I didn't know I threw it that far. Damn, I'm good.
You all know this is the complete opposite direction that she actually threw it.
Xena didn't.
Yeah, well, except for Zeta. She's just way too excited to be like, oh, wait, didn't I throw it? Nah, I must have thrown it this way.
I'm amazing.
That dragon creature, Drake, may have done something I don't know.
Probably think our dragon, not dragon friend.
Xena does not hear any of this.
Could have
Can you
been.
walk and cuddle at the same time?
It could have been Zael or Yith.
No, let's go. I'm gonna say Sparky found his own way home. So
I'm gonna scan the area around us just briefly as we're walking, making sure we're not being followed.
Okay, give me a perception check.
I don't think so. That's an 8.
Everything appears as it should.
Which could be anything because we've never been in a forest.
No. Yeah, this is exactly how this terrain is supposed to look, as far as I know.
12 bears barreling down on us. It's just another day.
In that case, I'm gonna go pick up Breen because nothing happened when she grabbed the javelin. But I'm a little tired of princess carry, so we're just gonna do the fireman's carry. My arms hurt.
Fair. Okay. So are you guys just continuing forward from here?
Yes.
Just a lucky
Yes.
break. Just happened to be there.
I'm just waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
Subira doesn't believe in luck, so she's just like,
Come on, there's a feat for it.
I mean, I don't believe in it either, but I don't know what I could do to try to figure anything out.
insight check, Sparky.
Sparky wanted to come home.
And now all I can hear is there's
it's a cursed item. It's a curse.
Yeah, have one of us eaten enough halflings to like gain the luck feat by osmosis?
God.
You need at least half a halfling more.
Oh
Damn
god,
it.
they're so hard to find.
I'm a toe short.
Because you keep
they're
eating
really
them
hard to
all.
catch.
And
Thanks
Xena's
so,
just kind of like cooing and talking to the javelin, just walking.
And the rest of that first kind of 2-hour block of travel goes by without incident. Not that there was incident in the first part of that 2-hour block. of travel.
Suspicious incident.
Talking about.
So who's going to lead the group here on the next bit of travel?
And I keep going if no one else wants to.
I mean, I can do it too. I don't think.
Zara is tired of leading, so she's just gonna let whoever do it.
Lead by delegation. Got it.
All right, I'll keep going then.
By
No
all
one else
means.
objects.
Xena's taking up the rear. So
Oh, what am I doing again? My cartography, that's right. Okay, that is a dirty 20.
Okay.
Ooh, 83.
83. Okay.
Better than my last roll.
So you continue down this relatively serene path, and you feel the landscape below you begin to even out as you are, as far as you can tell, reaching the bottom of this mountain that you guys had just spent the last couple days on. And you can smell on the air almost the fresh water of the river that you are fairly certain is close by. And it's just a little bit easier now to progress forward. Not that it was difficult before, but now you're not having to compensate for walking down a slope. It's flat ground. The trees are still just as dense as they were before. The thick woods and forest, untouched, it appears, by most civilizations, is still teeming with life, insects and birds and wild animals all around you. And about an hour into this travel, again, you spot something on the path in front of you. This time it's not a javelin. You see what appears to be a barricade of sorts. And you see this from a distance of a couple hundred feet away because it's a relatively straight part of the path. You see the barricade across the path in front of you, and it looks like there is 2 humanoids standing at this barricade.
Do they look familiar?
They do not.
Okay.
From this distance, they appear to be, one of them is a human, maybe. The other one, an elf or half-elf, something of that sort.
Rather out of the way for a barricade.
And they don't seem to notice you immediately. It looks like they're talking amongst themselves. But they do appear to be dressed in some sort of armor, and they match. So perhaps a guard uniform of some kind.
Waiting for something.
How badly do you think we're
Or
going to startle
someone.
them?
Let's approach slower than normal.
maybe they want all that crappy gold.
They are human. And
Gold's not necessarily
I mean,
crappy.
normally normally I like gold, but I mean that like
well,
the gold the dragon gave us.
they are in our way. Let's try to be diplomatic.
I always try to be.
Diplomatic.
Don't hit him with weapons yet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's their form of diplomatic, and I don't approve.
Let me know when you
Indeed.
want my form of diplomacy.
Since she's technically the leader, Zara will move to the front of the group and begin to like slowly walk towards the 2 guards at the barricade.
Oh hey, Zara.
Uh,
Hey, while you're going up there, you got this, leader. You know that? You know that you're one of the best of us. Go ahead and take some bardic inspiration, please.
I'm just going to
As
pass.
Xena
Like, hey,
pats you
champ.
on the back.
You got it.
You got this.
Ethan's going to pass.
very, very unlike Zara, she gets a little bit of a blush as she just turns around and continues on.
Because we
More
can't
pass.
forget sing our inspiration.
Yes.
more pass Breen over to Xena. So one, she has her hands full, less likely to attack. And two, we're kind of go up, we're gonna be slightly behind Zara, but kind of like a guard would walk up behind someone important.
Okay. So as you all approach, when you get to about 120 feet or so, Zara, you have a little bit better look at these two humanoids. One of them does indeed appear to be a human, and they appear to be a male. And the other one looks to be a half-elf, and they appear to be a female, and they still haven't quite noticed you guys yet, as it sounds like they're kind of bickering with each other a little bit. They don't look very alert. They certainly don't have any sort of hostile demeanor about them.
Still not wanting to startle them. About 10 feet out, she's gonna just clear her throat, see if that catches their attention.
Okay. And as soon as you do, the male kind of looks over in your direction, and then both of them at the same time kind of jump and putting one hand at their waist on the hilt of a sword, not drawing it, just having it at the ready just in case. The male looks over at all of you and holds his hand out, and he's like, "Halt, travelers. We guard this road, for only the most intelligent of creatures may walk its path."
Kind of looks around. This is a road.
Yes, well, it's a path of sorts.
I'm sorry, unintelligent?
Only the most intelligent may walk its path.
And which direction are you talking of? The way that the side we're on, the side you're guarding.
Well, we've got the barricade here, you see.
But the barricade can work both ways.
Yes, well, there's another barricade further down.
So you need double intelligence to get through.
Well, that's for the guards at the other end to decide, isn't it?
And just exactly how do you propose to test our intelligence?
Ah, I'm glad you asked. You see, to pass through these gates, you must first solve our riddle.
God damn it, Fox.
The female rolls her eyes, like blatantly rolls her eyes, and she's like, "Oh Lord, here we go again." And the male motions to himself quite proudly and furrows his brow a little bit, knowing that the female has rolled her eyes. He's like, "One of us only tells the truth, and the other tells lies." And the half-elf female, she's like, "Good Lord, Darren, I said I was sorry, okay?" And he's like, "One of us only tells lies." And he kind of scoffs and crosses his arms and looks away.
Darren, is it?
And the half-elf steps forward, and she kind of waves her hand dismissively. "Look, we'll talk about this later. The road's closed, okay? There was a flood a few days back. We're not really supposed to let people through until it's cleared, all right?"
That makes sense instead of a mindless
Yeah, it does,
riddle.
doesn't it, Darren?
I was going to say, I was about to question his intelligence.
Yeah, by the way, Darren, if that was the case, we would probably just set you on fire and let our way through.
And he kind of looks over at you a little bit, but then resumes his pouting position.
Thank you for the information. Is there a way around it, or perhaps a bridge we can cross in the meantime?
I'm afraid there's no path that's well used. There's one a little ways back that crosses the river, but I wouldn't really recommend it. It's not much safer than this one.
Why is that?
We'll have it cleared in a few days, but I'm afraid there's not much we can do.
Few days.
Yes.
That's unfortunate.
Yes, but it may be the most intelligent and kind of like gives a look over the Darren course of action, seeing as the centaur kind of left a very obvious message of us to stay away.
I'm sorry, did you say centaur?
That's what they look like.
Interesting. They didn't attack you, did they?
They didn't see us.
Oh, well, that's good, I suppose.
They didn't seem like they were really hunting to murder people. More of just a basic hunt.
Yeah, they're like guardians, I guess you could call them, of the forest. Well, that's what they call themselves. I don't know. I'm just here on a job. I'm a guard.
Well,
For whom do you
what do
guard?
now?
Well, we actually work with a couple of different cities. We're guards for hire in a way, not mercenaries. We are not mercenaries. Okay? We serve the citizens. We don't go about killing people for money. There's been a lot of misconceptions about what we do.
Few different cities. Where's the nearest city?
The nearest city is probably going to be Delure. That will be, well, beyond this path and to your southwest. Or you could continue northward. There's a town called Cinder up that way. Or if you're willing to travel for a few weeks, there's Arcastus to the south.
You start leaning over and whisper at Zara, kind of really low because she knows Zara has good hearing. Wouldn't you want to take Green to a city?
Gonna motion over to Sabira.
What was the question? You're trying to look for a city?
We need to take Green to a city. We can't take her back to the desert with us. I don't want to. I don't want to take her to Arcastus. Maybe this Delore would be the best course of action. Drop her off there before we head home.
Well, Delore's beyond this path, though, so unless we are willing to wait it out, find a way to go across. Holy shit, that was a lot of lightning outside my window. Or we can go across the bridge and backtrack.
I don't think backtracking would be the best option. She's still out. We have no idea what those centaur are up to. Why not make the take the extra couple days, take her to Delore, because I do not want to give her to Arcastus. Let her rest there and she can continue her journey.
Oh, I have no problem going to Delore. I'm just letting you know it's beyond this path, which is currently flooded, so we will have to wait. Or find a way around, but it sounds like it's a very long way around.
Why can't we just swim?
With a bird on one of our backs.
Yeah.
Who here?
Forgive me if I don't have faith.
Who here has actually swam before?
Maybe just find the water.
It wasn't a lot of water.
Yeah, she swam before.
A little oasis, you know?
I imagine a couple of you have been to Dagger Tree in the southern desert, which does have a swimming hole, essentially.
Yeah.
That.
During this entire conversation, in order to be diplomatic, Iza's going to be standing there smiling at the guards, which, you know, probably looks kind of terrifying from a Gnoll.
Yeah, and this half-elf woman keeps looking up at you to make eye contact with your creepy grinning face, and then looking down at the unconscious body you're carrying, and then back up to you.
Can I do an insight check to see if any heads or tails of that?
Yeah.
Because, you know, humans have weird faces, and humanoid faces are weird. A lot of extra muscles. A lot of extra muscles. That's a 3.
3, okay. I mean, she looks worried. You're a pack of gnolls with an unconscious bird in a place that gnolls usually aren't.
She'll lean back over and whisper to the other one. She goes, I think they think we're hurting the bird.
Stage
hear
whisper.
any of that.
Billy
I
Tap.
didn't hear.
Oh,
Stage whisper.
I think. Sorry, I moved away from the microphone. I think we're hurting the bird. She seems worried.
I'm gonna increase the volume of my voice just a little bit while informing the group. Green should be awake soon. Then we can nurse her back to health as any way possible. She's going to be hungry. She's gonna need food.
I'll find food for her.
We have lots of jerky.
What's the danger of the flood on the other side of this barricade? What are you looking at?
Well, I mean, it's flooded. The road is very difficult to move carts and such across. I wouldn't really recommend wearing, like heavy armor and stuff going through the water. Last we checked, it was only like waist high. But
is that your waist high or our waist
high? My waist high.
So about thigh high for us.
We'll be fine. Come on, guys. Look, if we have to swim, it's just like you just do this.
Yeah.
How quickly is the water going?
That's a good question.
It's not gonna like sweep you away or anything. It just makes the road impassable for normal travel.
We should be fine.
Don't recommend it, but I can't really do anything to stop you either.
How far is it till we get to the not water part?
I imagine if you travel for, you look quite capable, so 6 hours or so, and you should be through to the other barricade.
We got this. 6 hours is nothing.
Let's wait. Let's wait for Reen to gain consciousness first.
We're used to walking through the desert. That's like so much harder than this. This is water.
It'll take us 6 hours to get across the water?
Yes.
Interesting.
It only comes to our thighs. That's fine.
Is there a safe place to make camp around here?
Ugh,
where the centaurs won't find us?
I
I'm
mean,
not camping again.
Ground is kind of dry over here. You just, make a camp there.
I want to camp in front of Derek.
Right in front of Derek.
Not even with the dome, just in front of Derek.
And Zara kind of like motions towards the river. Well, you have some rope, Zara, and you've got a javelin. Why not do a little spearfishing?
Did you mean me? Water? You said your own name.
Yes, Xena. Look, I'm tired, okay?
Yeah, no, I totally can do that. That's not a problem. But what time of day is it? Have we been traveling for a long time?
We've only been traveling for like 4 hours.
Yeah,
it's still pretty early in the morning.
You didn't want to stop
in the morning. You've been traveling for about 3 hours. So.
Nah, we gotta keep going, guys. Let's do this. We got this. 6 hours.
Hold on. Let me try one thing.
Ugh.
And she's gonna drop down into that meditative stance and try to use the vision sight to see if she can't get anything of any idea of the future, or if that freaking grinning thing is still there.
Okay. So you take your meditative stance, and as per usual, you all see that third eye begin to kind of glow on Zara. Oh, yeah. And as you close your eyes, Zara, you begin to see several paths before you almost illuminate in a way. One path continuing down the road that you're on, the flooded road, and you see visions of the group wading their way through about thigh-high water. It looks to be difficult travel, and you do get this sense of this vision that you're seeing that there are absolutely some dangers lurking about on this flooded path. And as your vision shifts over to another possibility that you have laid out before you, the path towards the river, which appears to be a decent distance away, a couple hours of travel before you even reach the river itself, you see images of calm water followed by rough rapids. And you get the sense from this path that it's not the easier of the two, but there's a sense of more, something more in that direction. And then a third possibility of doubling back to the direction that you guys came from and resting and waiting. You don't feel like any one path is going to be superior than any other path, but the choices laid out before you all have their pros and their cons. And nothing seems to get in the way of this vision. Nothing seems to be influencing this vision. For the first time in a number of tries, your vision of the possibilities of the future is unhindered.
She snaps out of it. She's gonna smile slightly. Well, either it got bored or I slipped by this time.
Do
So
you feel better?
I don't have a headache.
Good.
So no one choice is the correct one. We can decide to go down the path and wade through the flood. As we suspected, it should only be about thigh high. There are some dangers there, but the visions did not tell me what. Or we travel down to the river, go along that way, which transforms into calm waters, into rapids. Feel there's something more down there, but I'm unsure exactly what that is.
You don't know if it's dangerous or not, because in my mind, I immediately go to something in the water that is more.
Yeah.
And not treasure. I'm talking creature.
I would assume something like that as well. But the visions don't give me a precise answer most of the time. Or we can double back and rest up until this path is clear.
Nope. Why don't we camp here with Mr. Smarty Pants?
Nope.
Maybe he could teach us a couple things.
It's like
Nope.
10 o'clock in the morning. I don't think we need to camp right now. I think we have no problem mushing on. We just need to be wary of the rapids.
I will go this way or the other rivery path that has the thing going.
Either way, I highly suggest we wait until Reen is awake. That
When
way,
she got me awake.
soon.
I thought you said you had to bring her to a town.
We could
We
build
could
a
probably properly heal her.
sled thingy so each of us could take an end and lift her above the water.
When I checked her yesterday, I assumed she would be up and about in 12 to 24 hours. She seems fine, aside from not being able to be healed magically.
All right, your call, leader.
Whatever choice we make, I say we wait for Reen to get up. That way, if any combat happens, if we're wading through a flooded area, you're not throwing the poor thing off into water to
I would
jump into
never.
combat.
I just take her into combat with me.
That's not a good idea either. One wrong move and she gets stabbed.
I'll be fine. She'll be fine. We'll be fine. Your call. I'll just throw her in a tree or something. I'll be like, oh, danger. They're birds. They like trees.
If there are trees, we don't know what the path ahead looks like. Just know that it's flooded.
All right.
This is very true.
So waiting here until Green wakes up?
Wait here until Reen wakes up, see how she's doing, and then make a judgment based off of that. I mean, we owe her that much.
Yeah.
This will be a great opportunity for us to at least look around, explore our areas.
Yeah.
Surroundings. Perhaps even find some bits and pieces of knowledge here and there.
Knowledge. Let's find something to fight. I'm itching for a good fight. There's got to be something. Like an owlbear.
I don't. Maybe
I've heard
Darren.
about that.
Maybe Darren will spar with you.
As you say, you're itching for a good fight. Yixis,
It's not the segue I was looking for.
Yes, it is.
You suddenly think I can take her.
Yeah, you just want to lightning bolt everybody in this party. No,
Fireball.
you realize that your arm is starting to feel really itchy, and you kind of scratch at it a bit, and the itch isn't going away. It just seems to be getting stronger and stronger the more you scratch at it. And you go to inspect the part of your arm that you're scratching at, kind of pulling the fur back a little bit, and you see that the arcane scars that you have are beginning to glow brighter, and they feel like they're getting hotter. And the more you examine them, the brighter they get, and they begin to even give off this like faint blue mist almost.
Arcana check.
Okay, give me an Arcana check.
$21.
21. Okay. You were getting a similar feeling from these scars that you got in the seconds before one of those overcharged bolts erupted during the ritual itself. And as you look over at the group, kind of discussing with each other what they should do and where they should go, and how uninteresting knowledge is and how they want to just fight, you notice that Reen's scars are doing the exact same thing, although she has significantly more of them than you do. And you begin to feel panic, knowing what happened moments after you got this feeling during the ritual. You feel there's a good chance something significant is about to happen here.
1 second.
I mean, come on, Xena. There's a river nearby. We can go try and catch fish. Have you cooked fish before?
I'm thinking
Right.
more like, have you heard of the like really big like lizard things that live in water? I want to find
No,
one
not.
of those.
We should totally go down to the river.
Where
They
are
have
you
big,
hearing
sharp
these
teeth.
stories? Where are
I
you
hear they
hearing these?
wrestle. I want to wrestle one.
So I'm gonna start. This is so weird, but I don't have teleports that work with people in a single direction, so I gotta do it this way. In one action, I'm gonna run about damn it. This is so weird. I'm gonna run about 30 feet away from everyone.
We just see the pup running.
Where's he going?
Doing. Maybe he has to go.
Oh,
That
yeah.
makes sense.
And
Makes
he's
sense.
really gotta go.
Yeah.
And you gotta go. You gotta go.
And then
All that
as an
moves.
action, I'm going to use benign transposition with Reen.
Okay.
So now Reen's 30 feet away, and I'm right where Reen was. And
On my shoulder.
And then bonus action, I'm going to Misty Step back 30 feet to Reen.
What just happened?
Apparently he needs free to go. What's going on?
Are you sick?
So
Right.
as you all look over at Yixis and Reen 30 feet away, you as well notice now this like light blue mist emanating from all of their arcane scars, and the glow from them is now bright enough to the point where it's lighting up this mist. And little arcs of arcane electricity are sparking between the two of them and creeping across the ground where they currently are. And something is building up. Something is... Well, you were all there at the ritual as well. You saw these moments of this overcharge, this excess power from the ley line that was being channeled. You saw the destruction that it was dealing to the landscape around you, and the arcs between the stones of the ritual look very much like the arcs between Gixis and Reen right now. And as it all builds up and reaches this crescendo,
I'm trying to pull her away.
We're going to stop right there because it is 11:30. So we are going to pick up right at that moment next week and see what kind of trouble Gixis and your bird friend find themselves in, and see if Darren can help out in any way. I doubt it.
I mean, you're just smarty pants to be able to figure it out, right?
We need cat.
I love how he's like, one of us always tells the truth. Well, it's not him because he just lied that only the people of intelligence can walk through. So riddle me this, Darren.
They're having a bit of a spat, those two.
Yeah.
So this is most certainly not the only show that we have on this channel. Tomorrow we have a rather important episode, I would say, of Destiny Forged.
You have a bloodbath on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
It's
I feel like it's been on all of our minds since last session, like nonstop. At least it's been on mine nonstop. I have some plans that I'm not really a fan of, but you know, when you're faced with death, you do things.
I mean, this is like the boss before the boss.
Yeah. It's...
I will say I haven't slept well since last
Well, I mean, look on the bright side. If you beat him, you level up.
Yeah, it's...
I really want my new feet.
potentially the climax to one of the biggest points that has been on our agenda, let's say, of this campaign.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
And
I'm nervous and excited.
I believe this Wednesday.
Yes.
Is it this Wednesday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So normally we have two shows on Saturdays. We have our Withered Waste show and Wayward Wanderers, and they're on alternating Saturdays. However, due to scheduling conflicts, the next two, I believe it's the next two Saturday episodes of Withered Wastes are postponed. However, to make up for that a little bit, we are going to be having a special episode of Withered Waste this Wednesday instead at 7:30.
Yep, normal time.
Pacific.
Go into that dream world.
Yeah, so we'll be having that this Wednesday instead of the Saturday, so we don't go a month without the show.
Yeah.
And then we also have one other show that will be on its fourth episode. That will be episode 4 will be airing on the 3rd of July. We will not be having a special guest for that episode because, again, due to scheduling conflicts, we won't be having that episode live, but we will be recording it, and it will be airing at its normal time, which is 5:30 p.m. Pacific on the first Saturday of next month, the 3rd. If you have missed any of our shows, we do have a YouTube channel where Zorro is diligent enough to post all of the VODs of all of the shows that we have on this channel. So if you miss anything, that is a great place to find it. Thank you everyone for tuning in today. I'm glad that you guys survived the butterflies, and I hope you guys survive what is to come.
No one died, just close to death.
Really close. That like first roll, and it was a crit.
Bad.
I was like,
Bad.
Please don't do this to them this early in the
I
session.
had my backup character ready if it was going to happen. It would have sucked, but I was ready just in case.
Thankfully,
I built one right
butterflies are dumb. So they didn't go after the downed people. They just continued trying to eliminate the active threats.
Yeah, thank God.
That won't happen tomorrow.
Oh, damn it.
No,
No one's
you go
dumb
down.
tomorrow?
Double tap.
There's no dumb people, only dumb decisions.
Yeah.
We're
I'm
all
the healer
counting
for
on
that
you.
fight, aren't I?
Yeah,
Yep.
you are
Counting on
gonna
you, Tam, to revive us.
Wow, pressure.
Yeah.
Wow. We have our first
That's-
official like cleric for a big fight. How exciting is this, guys? We went how many episodes and we finally have an official
Well, we
healer.
went what 3 years ish
Yeah.
without a healer.
I mean,
The problem
I mean,
is your cleric doesn't want to heal stupid.
look at it this way.
Well, you shouldn't
No.
have joined this group then.
Look at it this
No.
way. If it's a TPK tomorrow, then I already have the ending planned out and how everything, resolves itself. And
No.
you move on to campaign 3.
But I don't want Ash's legacy to end like this. Gramps, Daddy
Zael has
can't
so
win.
many more monologues to give the group.
Oh god.
I just built Tashara. Do I already have to build a backup character for it?
No, you build season 3 character.
I'm working
Not a
on that.
backup character, it's a backup campaign.
I
We'll see
mean-
how it goes tomorrow, though.
I mean,
I'm excited and
just
scared.
remember, not all stories have happy endings.
I'm terrified.
Have
This
any
is-
of our campaigns had a happy ending?
Yeah. Campaign 1 ended on a happy note.
Not for my characters.
Well,
That sounds like a personal choice.
That's a you
Yeah.
choice.
Fair. That's fair.
We
Yeah.
should go.
Yeah.
We should go. Yeah.
We'll catch you guys tomorrow.
Bye,
See you tomorrow.
everybody.
Night, everyone.
We were just like, oh yeah,